All right. We are now officially live streaming, so welcome back to the continuing public hearings of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm the chairman, Kumar Barve. I'm joined by my vice chair, Dana Stein, and many of the members of my committee. So they'll be trickling in, and we're going to, let me announce the bill order. As in prior days, it's numerical order, excepting I'm grouping together legislators. So Delegate Charkoudian has House Bill 22 and House Bill 147. Delegate Love has House Bill 52 and 116. Delegate Stewart, in his quest to introduce 8,000 bills in a session, 2 of them are here today, House Bill 61 and 133. Then we have Delegate Wieman, House Bill 131, Delegate Bagnall, House Bill 149, and we will round it all up this afternoon with House Bill 156, sponsored by Delegate Queen. Just to let you know that Delegate Stein and I have to check out for a meeting at 2:30, and the committee will be chaired by Delegate Gilchrist. So, having said all of that, let's start with House Bill 22. Delegate Charkoudian, you have 4 minutes, but the way it's going to look on the timer is it's going to be 2 and 2, kind of like on Love Connection in the 1990s. You got 2 and 2. So just think of me as Pat Woolery. All right, Delegate Charkoudian, 4 minutes, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to be here for my very first bill hearing of this session. Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, colleagues on Environment and Transportation. For the record, I'm Delegate Lori Charkoudian, and I'm here asking for a favorable report on House Bill 22. So House Bill 22 is designed to ensure that we stop the practice of declawing cats in Maryland. So declawing is the technical term. There's a few other technical terms that are in the bill. But what I want to make sure you understand about this is that this practice actually involves removing the final portion of the bone on a cat's paw. So it's like taking, if you were to chop off a human being's knuckle, just at the sort of first knuckle, it would be like that, as opposed to thinking of it as either a manicure or even as removing your fingernail. It's really like chopping off your knuckle. So I have a number of experts who can talk about the technicalities of it, who will go after me. But the most important thing to me, as I have learned about this practice, the issue was brought to me by a constituent, as I've learned about the practice, I was initially horrified to find out what exactly it involved. I then became more and more horrified to find out that not only, is the initial surgery painful, but there's pain and suffering that continues throughout the rest of that cat's life, that has to do with just basically deforming the cat's paws, and then the inability for the cat to engage with the world the way that they would engage. So it really is a very cruel, barbaric practice. It ultimately ends up with additional behavioral problems as cats, paws hurt, and so they don't use the litter box and so on. And in fact, in some cases, increases biting because, ironically, because people might be doing it to keep scratch from happening, but because a cat has these behavioral problems that are associated with it. So there's more details in my written testimony and in what you'll hear. But I just want to harken back. We did hear this bill 2 years ago, and we never really finished the process because the pandemic ended the session early. And I think that overall, I would say that there was general support for this ban. And then there was this question that came up that was about, what about human health? And so I just want to highlight a couple of things on this point. The vast majority of declawing requests are really about furniture, protecting furniture and like items in the home. And there's of course a number of other ways without deforming a cat that you can protect that furniture, and behavioral and other strategies. But if you Google, declaw in Maryland, you will find vets who will perform it. And when you read the descriptions, they do actually highlight, protecting furniture, those kinds of things. But there is this question about human health. And so I took that very seriously and I did research, and the CDC who I, look to, as do most of you, as the sort of guidance for these broader medical scientific points, has indicated that declawing is not advised to protect immunocompromised people. They highlight other things that can be done, but that it's not really a necessary thing to protect human health. And so I just think that's really important as we go forward with the conversation, and as people, of course, raise these concerns. If it is necessary to stop a cat from scratching, there are a whole number of other practices that can be put into place, including behavioral training or even nail caps or other things. But it is not necessary to do this sort of torturous thing to the cat. So I'll stop there. I really look forward to hearing my expert panel speak, because they know quite a bit about this, and I'm happy to take questions at whatever point in the process is appropriate for that. Thank you.
Right. We're going to go through all the proponents, and then we'll entertain questions. Before I get to them, though, you mentioned the CDC. Do you have a document, like a paper or a statement of some sort, that we can drop into the record for the public hearing?
I could pull it up and then and then just put the link in. Is that what you mean? Or?
I mean, if it'll allow people looking at the record to get to the document, that would be fine. Or if you want to scan it and put it in so that there's no link to the no risk of the link going dead, that whichever way you want to do it. I just want to document that.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, do you want that right this minute? You want me to stick it in the chat, or you're saying like in the next day or two, give you the document?
In the next day or two.
Absolutely.
It's not a crashing emergency at this point.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me first recognize Jennifer Conrad. Jennifer, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and delegates. My name is Jennifer Conrad, and I'm a veterinarian. This bill will protect countless cats from the unnecessary and non-therapeutic surgery that has become recognized as below the standard of care. Declawing, more appropriately called deknuckling, does no good for anyone, yet it is performed on 20 to 25% of American cats. It does no good for the cat, because the cat is now subject to a lifetime of pain. It does no good for the owner, because now these cats, they come home from the surgery and they are more likely to bite because they have no other way to defend themselves, and they are less likely to use the litter box because it hurts their amputated toe nubs to dig in the sand. It's no good for the veterinarian. I am a veterinarian, and I would say that declawing is by declawing, I'm breaking my oath of above all do no harm. And it's no good for the community, because declawed cats often lose their homes. They are thrown out on the street, where the shelters have to spend taxpayer dollars to euthanize them, or if they're lucky enough to be rescued by a rescue group, then that group has to spend their precious resources to try and rehabilitate these cats. Declawing bans are good for Maryland. The reason being is that in every jurisdiction where we've passed a ban, there are fewer cats being dumped in shelters, and cats keeping their homes is good for everyone. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this testimony. I respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I didn't recognize you as Dr. Conrad, so my bad on that. Next, Dr. Nick Dardman.
Yeah, hi. I'm Dr. Nick Dardman. I'm Professor Emeritus at Tufts Cummings School of Veterinary Medicine. I'm board certified in veterinary anesthesia and analgesia, and I'm also a board certified veterinary behaviorist. It's been 25 years for me that I've been trying to work along with other people like Dr. Conrad to try and get this hideous, heinous practice banned. There are waves of opposition, mainly for reasons that have now been refuted, and they continue to hold their position. I would agree with Dr. Conrad that it is painful, and I'm definitely in a position to judge that. It was actually used as a pain model for a test of an analgesic technique in University of Saskatchewan. They said, what's the most painful thing you can do to a cat? I know, amputation. So it's painful. It's also disfiguring. It also causes dysfunction. It's of no benefit to the cat, as Dr. Conrad says. And some vets will pay lip service to analgesia in the sense they might give a pre-medicament that has some opioid effects, or even give some pills for a couple of days afterwards. But if you think about it, if you've had the tips of your fingers cut off and you had somebody gave you Percocet for 2 days, you're going to be hurting at some point. And also, as Dr. Conrad said, the pain isn't for the first 2 days. A lot of these cats suffer from chronic long-term pain. The actual procedure itself, by dictionary definition, is a mutilation. A mutilation is, if you look it up in any etymological dictionary, it'll say that it's damage to, amputation, disfigurement of limbs. That's exactly what it is. So we're doing a mutilation on these cats for the benefit of owners who oftentimes are too lazy to even figure out the options, and there are plenty. People will argue that it saves lives because the cats would otherwise be surrendered. That's been completely disproven.
If you could wrap up your testimony, Doctor, the committee would appreciate it.
And last of all, reiterating Dr. Conrad, there's no medical reason to do it, even for people who are immunocompromised, and that comes from the highest levels of the CDC and the NIH.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up, we have Danielle Bates. Danielle, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Bates, and I'm the Senior Analyst for Cat Protection and Policy at the Humane Society of the United States. And we ask for your support of HB 22. Declawing has serious implications for feline welfare and the bond between people and their cats. If passed, Maryland would join a rapidly growing number of communities taking a stand against this inhumane practice. Convenience declawing of cats is already illegal in New York State and in a growing number of cities across the country, including Los Angeles, San Francisco, 6 other California cities, Denver, St. Louis, Pittsburgh, Austin, Madison. 8 out of 10 Canadian provinces prohibit non-therapeutic declawing. It's banned or considered an unethical veterinary practice in a vast number of countries, from New Zealand to Brazil to the United Kingdom and the EU. The European Convention on the Protection of Pet Animals prohibits the procedure. While the US veterinary community is increasingly opposed to declawing, we can't continue to wait for the profession to end declawing on its own. These amputations are still too commonly practiced, and cat owners are often not made aware of the high risk of permanent negative effects on the cats, or of the procedure's controversies, that many veterinarians won't amputate a cat's toes unless there is a valid medical reason. As you've heard, arguments in favor of declawing often center around the desire to prevent unwanted scratching of either furniture or people, but amputation is an extreme response to what can be addressed with regular nail trimming, a variety of scratching posts, and a better understanding of feline behavior. Moreover, declawed cats are at a greater risk of developing more serious adverse behaviors after amputation, such as litter box aversion or an increase in biting and aggression, than the ones that the amputations were meant to prevent in the first place. In pain and no longer able to defend themselves with their claws, cats may resort to biting. The documented increase in biting behavior of declawed cats can only lead to more serious, severe disease in people than the cat scratches. Cat bites carry a dangerously high infection risk to healthy and immunocompromised people alike. The fact is that declawing is no good for cats or for people. On behalf of the members and supporters in Maryland, the Humane Society of the United States asks for your support of HB 22, a humane bill which will protect the health and well-being of family pets.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Carol Oliver. Carol, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chairman Barbie. My name is Carol Oliver, and I volunteer for the Feline Rescue Association, and we support House Bill 22. Our mission is to bring better lives to stray, abandoned, and feral cats through rescue, adoption, spay, neuter, and education. While I can tell you a lot of sad stories about declawed cats and kittens, I'll refer to my own experiences with my cat, Shadow. When she was 8 or 9 years old, her owners decided at 8 or 9 years old to declaw her and then surrendered her to a shelter because her litter box habits and behavioral habits were changed, because let's face it, declawed cats are more often going to bite you. When I first met Shadow, she was in a shelter hiding under a blanket because she was fearful of these unfamiliar surroundings. But it was obvious she craved the human attention. She's sweet and loving. Knowing her chances of adoption were slim, I decided to make her part of my family. When I got her home, I realized how mangled her poor paws were and how tender and painful. After a few years, she finally stopped flinching when she was inadvertently touched on her paws. It took about 4 years for those paws to completely heal, but because of being mutilated, the effects lasted a lifetime. She never used a litter box. Her arthritis got so bad that she walked with the posture of a raccoon. To say she was in pain for a lot of her life is the truth. She loved to cuddle with the other cats, but she wouldn't participate in playtime. I was lucky to have had this kitty for 10 years, and she was lucky that she found a place where someone understood her disabilities. And unfortunately, there is no happy ending for so many of the declawed cats that are taken into foster or rescue, surrendered. Over 20 countries have banned declawing. And the US is making great strides, but we would love to see Maryland strike another blow against animal cruelty. And shelters, rescues, and of course, cats everywhere will appreciate it. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we look for a favorable report on HB 22. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oliver. Next, we have Laura Cassidy. Laura Cassidy, welcome to the committee.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Laura Cassidy. I am a certified cat behavior consultant. This title means that I am considered an expert in the management, modification, and prevention of problem behaviors in cats. I'm also up to date on all the latest research and techniques in feline behavior and training. I also have experience working directly with many of the animal shelters here in Maryland. I'm a Baltimore County resident. And I've seen firsthand the effects of that declawing has put on our Maryland shelters here. First, want to speak a little bit about just the behavior problems that are that people think that they can fix from declawing, and then the behavior problems that are actually caused by declawing. As was previously mentioned, most people will cite the reason that they don't want their furniture, their rugs, their carpet, things like that scratched up. They also don't want their kids or their grandparents or their immunocompromised person to be scratched. Through education on cat body language, creating cat-friendly homes, and using humane positive reinforcement methods, you can train your cat to do just about anything a dog can do. You can train them to stop scratching furniture and scratch appropriate things instead. And you can avoid incidents of aggression that were caused by just a lack of understanding of the cat. I also just want to mention quickly before I wrap up that I am a Maryland taxpayer, and I do have experience working within the shelters. Our shelters are wonderful here in Maryland, but they do have very limited resources, and the stacking up of declawed cats in these shelters leads to overcrowding, which leads to a longer length of stay, which leads to more resources being spent on these cats unnecessarily. More cat food, more medication, more cleaning products altogether if the cats even make it out of the shelter. So I just want to urge a favorable report on HB 22. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, Amisha Shah. Amish, welcome.
Yes,
welcome to the committee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Amisha Shah, MD, and I am an emergency physician as well as a member of the Arizona House of Representatives. I'm a Democrat. I attended Northwestern University Medical School and also taught at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine and Emergency Medicine for several years. I'm on the board of some of our emergency medicine organizations, our national organizations. Became interested in this issue after reading about this going on all over the country. The practice is widely condemned as cruelty and mutilation, and it's illegal in most developed countries, as my colleague said. I introduced a similar bill for the last couple of years in the Arizona House of Representatives with Republican and Democrat co-sponsors. We actually had stakeholder meetings regarding this bill, and I want to speak to you about the human health considerations here. Opponents of this bill have asserted that declaw procedures might have a benefit to human health. And as a practicing emergency physician of 15 years continuously, I am here to emphatically and categorically assert that all of those claims are baseless. In all of my years of practice, I've never seen a person seriously harmed by cat scratches that couldn't be taken care of with a simple antibiotic. I've never seen a hemophiliac require blood or factor from scratches. I have never seen someone who is immunocompromised suffer an untoward outcome from a serious infection from cat scratches. That, in contrast to cat bites, and the scientific literature bears this out, that cats are more likely to bite. And as any emergency physician knows, cat bites are a serious source of morbidity and mortality. That is a real problem. So we had a stakeholder meeting with all of these folks, and both my Republican and Democrat colleagues found that their arguments not to hold up to any scrutiny on the human health specific arguments that they made. So this movement was started by veterinarians in keeping with the oath they took, similar to the oath that I took to protect humans. And I hope that I can humbly ask for your support on HB 22.
Before I go to Lisa, thank you very much, Dr. Shah, or I should say Representative Shah. Ordinarily, back when I was first elected, I knew all of the Indian American elected officials. It was me. And now you can't throw a stick without hitting one of us in the head. It's great to see that. So how long have you been in the Arizona legislature?
How long have I been there? I'm in my 4th year or my 2nd term. And okay. Yeah, and so I'm a relatively new member, so I'm in my sophomore term, as they say, and it's been very educational to be in politics.
What part of Arizona do you represent?
I represent Central Phoenix and South Scottsdale. Okay,
so my former legislative aide lives in Scottsdale, I think, so I'll have to hook you up with her. So. Okay, well, there we go. Thanks a lot, Dr. Representative. Excuse me.
Much appreciated.
And finally, to round it out is a frequent flyer in our committee, Lisa Radoff. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barvey, Vice Chairman Stein, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Lisa Radoff, President and Chairman of Maryland Votes for Animals, here in support of HB 22. You've heard a lot of really powerful testimony from so many people today. As you know, this bill would prohibit declawing unless medically necessary to ensure the health of the cat. Sadly, we have found in Maryland that this surgical procedure is often done for non-medical reasons. During the summer of 2021, a Humane Society of the United States intern in Maryland selected veterinary hospitals from every county in the state. I've included this full survey in my written testimony, but wanted to share a few highlights here. 30 practices responded, representing counties across Maryland. 40% of the practices surveyed still perform declaw surgery for non-medical reasons. There is no geographic correlation to whether the practice offers the surgery or not. Of those practices that still perform declaw procedures, nearly 70% provided to protect household items such as furniture or carpets. I do want to stop here. First, from this informal study, you can see that we have ample evidence that this practice of declawing is happening in Maryland and for non-medically required reasons. I went to the American Cancer Society website for immunocompromised people undergoing chemotherapy and want to mention that when they discuss animals, they mention dogs' nails as well as cats' nails. The sentence reads, you should clip your dog's nails and cat's nails. They don't say you should declaw your dog or your cat. Clip. Our cats depend on us to care for them and protect them from harm. Subjecting cats to this brutal procedure should not be done for our furniture and our benefit. There are far more humane, inexpensive, and effective ways to stop our cats from scratching the furniture. In closing, I would like to thank Delegate Charkoudian for her sponsorship of this bill, and I hope for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. We're going to start with questions. We have 4 people with their hands up. We're going to start with Vice Chairman Dana Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the delegate and the advocates on this bill. One question relates to something I believe the veterinarians will bring up, in that this procedure is increasingly done with by laser technique. So could you address whether that is less harmful, less hurtful, if it's done that way?
Can I defer that to one of the veterinarians, Dr. Conrad?
Yeah, we're asking questions the whole group. So yeah,
maybe Dr. Conrad would take that.
I could take that question.
Thank you. With laser surgery, there is still the amputation of the last bone in a cat's toes. It still has the potential of changing the way the cat walks and a lifetime of pain. There is no good evidence in the literature that laser surgery or pain medications is going to change the outcome of the cat's life. For instance, there is a article where they declaw one paw on a cat using laser, and they have the cat walk on a force plate. So that tells how much weight the cat is putting on that force plate. And after 12 days, when the study ended, the cat still wasn't using that paw as much as the other paws. So we have evidence to show that laser surgery is not better. In fact, it has caused what's called 4th-degree burns, which is burning of the bone. And we also know that fewer than 10% of veterinary clinics, and I don't know what the number is in Maryland, are using laser to declaw cats. Most places are using a guillotine that is used primarily, it was invented to clip dogs' nails. So laser is not better, and I can give you resources on that if you want them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Rival.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of questions. First one for the, I guess, the bill sponsor. The last time this bill was before us, there was a veterinarian that asked for an amendment which would allow for the health of the cat or its owner. And I do know there's language in this one that says a veterinary practitioner may perform a declawing procedure on a cat if the procedure is necessary for a therapeutic purpose. Has that language been added because of that request previously? I know the last time the bill wasn't amended for that purpose.
Yes, so thank you for the question. It says the therapeutic purpose, and then therapeutic purpose is defined as in on line 20 on page 2, address a physical or medical condition that compromises the health or well-being of an animal. So it's a therapeutic purpose for the cat. And I know that we did, I apologize that I don't have last year's bill, so I don't know if that was written differently in, 2 years ago. In response to the concerns that were raised, I spent a significant amount of time working on understanding if there ever is a therapeutic reason, a human health reason to declaw, and that's really where I ended up with the CDC and connecting with, well, eventually to Dr. Shah, but looking into these other sort of medical doctor guidelines around this, and found there really isn't any, and so that's why you don't see sort of human medical language referenced in here, because there isn't a sort of from a human medicine side, there's not a connection to any reason to declaw.
All right, thank you. And then my last question, and maybe this will be answered with the other folks who testify, but the testimony the last time was that this procedure hasn't been performed for at least 10 years in Maryland, and it's no longer taught in veterinarian schools. Do we know if that's still the case?
Well, so thanks for that question, because I remember that and looking into that as well, and I'm sure we'll hear more from the Veterinary Association. I think, and they can speak to this when they speak, but the Veterinary Association represents a certain veterinarians, right? And generally probably have some of the best practices amongst all the veterinarians. But the association doesn't necessarily include every single vet in the state. And one can have a veterinary license and not be a member of the association. And so I think the association has some internal data, and they can speak to what their internal data shows. But then there's also just, this is where the Humane Society did their own research, and I just did some Googling, like, can I find, if I wanted to declaw a cat, where would I go? How would I just Google it? And there are veterinary practices that come up that advertise declawing and reference it as something that could be used for protecting furniture and so on. And there's also, if you type in declaw, there's veterinary practices that come up that don't advertise it on their website, but the fact that they've got declaw as a code that would bring their website up suggests that they've sort of made a decision, maybe not to advertise it, but to, but so that if one is looking for it, their vet practice pops up, right? If you just type declaw near me. So I think-
And those practices are in Maryland?
Yeah.
All right, so we don't know at this point in the testimony whether or not it's still being taught in our veterinarian schools.
Oh, sorry, maybe Dr. Conrad can answer that. But if it's being taught in veterinary.
It's being taught in veterinary schools across the country, fewer and fewer veterinary schools. But what we find is that regardless of whether it's taught, what happens is students graduate and they get their first job, and then they're forced to learn to declaw by the owner of the practice because it's something that they offer. And remember that declawing is still performed on 20 to 25% of American cats. I don't think it's going away. And even if it were going away, I don't understand why. If the Veterinary Medical Association believes it's going away, then why do they fight so vehemently to keep it?
All right, thank you.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Sheila Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is, I guess, now a follow-up to Delegate Rival's question. Reading through the testimony last night from some of the veterinarians who talk about how this procedure is becoming, so rare. And in fact, I remember 2 years ago as a new delegate, I remember being told that it was dying out and that in a few years it just wasn't going to be practiced anymore. So I'm not sure if this is for Delegate Charkoudian or for the the advocates who testified, or the proponents as well. But is this really becoming rare, as the veterinarians claim?
I can answer that. No, in fact, it's not. It's surprising because there's so many people who now are aware about it. But in the recent literature, it is performed on 20 to 25% of American cats. That is 1/5 to 1/4. I mean, that is a lot of cats. Probably translates to 2 million cats a year in the United States. So no, it is not becoming rarer and rarer. What's happening is that as veterinarians become more ethical and they stop it in their own practice, then there's always that guy down the street who does still do it. And this bill will level the playing field and will make all veterinarians up to the standard of care that cats deserve. Remember that VCA, Banfield, and all these giant hospital chains have now stopped declawing, but that doesn't mean that all veterinarians have. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one more question. I know that some of the testimony from some of the veterinarians talked about, the post-operative pain management. But from if I understand right, some of this pain can be lifelong, so it's not just a post-operative. Is that correct?
Yes, in fact, what happens when you cut a nerve is you can get what's called a neuroma, and that is the equivalent of what humans describe as when they've had an amputation. They'll describe phantom pain, and that's what comes from what's called a neuroma. So yes, you are changing the way the cat walks. There is literature that says they will bite more, they will use the litter box less, they will have back pain, and they will overgroom. And overgrooming is a behavioral response to self-soothing because they are in chronic pain.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next question. We have two more questions, Delegate Lehrman and Delegate Lehman. So Brooke Lehrman first.
Thank you. I know it's tough. Our names are similar.
I know. You think by now I would have mastered that.
No. One of the, I don't know if Delegate Rival, she sort of asked this question, but I just wanted to make sure that we get back. I'm totally clear on it. And that is about human health and the human health exemption. And just wondered what the opinion was on a human health exemption, and do bans that have passed include that exemption? No, I see shaking of heads. No bans include that exemption. Okay.
Yeah, no ban across in all the bans that we've passed. It does not include an exemption for human health because the CDC, NIH, U.S. Public Health Services, Canadian Medical Association, Infectious Diseases Society of America, all sorts of major human health advisory boards say, no, declawing is not advised.
Okay, thank you.
That it? Okay, Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Charkoudian, for bringing back this important bill. The hearing on this bill really still stands out in my mind from 2020 because of how graphic and really kind of horrifying it was. My question is around shelter cats, and I don't know who's best equipped to answer this, possibly Miss Cassidy, who made a point of talking about her time working in shelters. So if 20 to 25% of cats roughly nationwide are being declawed, is that about the percentage that are showing up in shelters, or are they disproportionately represented in shelters? That's the first part of the question. The second part is, are they harder to adopt, and whether someone can address this, factually or anecdotally, because of the behavior problems, or because there's an awareness by folks who come in and want to adopt that there could in fact be more problems as a result of declawing than there may have been prior to declawing?
Yeah, so I would say the majority of the reason that cats are surrendered to shelters is outside of behavior reasons. But if we look specifically at the group of cats that is surrendered for behavioral concerns, I would say at about 50% of those cats are declawed. We see cats that have started biting, and it may even be like years down the road because now they've developed arthritis pain, or they've just put up with this chronic pain for so long. We also see when they get to the shelter that they have even worse behavior concerns in the shelter because now they're in a tiny cage. They have no choice to leave the cage, and people come up and try to interact with them. And we have staff and volunteers and adopters getting bitten by these cats because they have no primary defense. And they're in that small space. So, I've had colleagues reach in and try to clean the cage and clean up around the cat, and the cat just bites because he's so threatened and he has no other choice. They are much harder to adopt out for that reason. We have had declawed cats who need special accommodations for litter box use. If they are able to be rehabilitated to use a litter box, we might have them go home with a special plan to have a very low entry box or a special kind of litter. And even cats that are declawed that aren't presenting behavior problems in the shelter that I worked in, we would put in a waiver at some points saying, hey, this cat has been declawed. These are all the research shows that your cat is 18 times more likely to bite, or whatever the statistic is. They're more likely to stop using the litter box, especially as they get older and they start having this chronic pain and they start having suffering from arthritis. Just to have them be aware that you're adopting a cat that's essentially disabled at this point, and he definitely will need, more than likely will need, special accommodations. So I do see, just because of their behavior in a stressful environment, in a shelter environment, when they are super stressed and they don't have that primary defense, I see it's more difficult to manage them in a shelter because of being declawed, and it is more difficult to adopt them out.
Thank you for that answer. It's heart-wrenching to think of. And again, Delegate Charkoudian, thank you so much for pursuing this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there appear to be no further questions for the proponents. We'll turn to the opponents of the bill. First would be Elizabeth Hepner. Are you a doctor, or what's your title?
Yes, doctor.
Dr. Hepner, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You've got 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Hepner, and I'm a small animal veterinarian currently practicing in Middle River. I have done relief throughout the state of Maryland. I'm here today with the Maryland Veterinary Medical Association in respectful opposition to House Bill 22. We feel that this bill is unnecessary. It's been my experience through training and practice that declawing cats is a procedure of last resort. During vet school, very little of our training focused on the procedure itself. The vast majority of our time was focused on learning alternatives to declawing so we could appropriately counsel our clients. Additionally, we learned about multimodal pain control, so if we had to perform the procedure, our patients would remain comfortable. My experience in practice has been similar. I've had many clients come to me asking to declaw their cats, and so far, every single one has chosen an alternative management strategy. Once I was able to counsel them on potential complications, normal cat behavior, and alternatives, all of my clients have chosen not to pursue the procedure. The same outcomes have been reflected when all Maryland veterinarians were surveyed. The minority of veterinarians actually perform the procedure, and the vast majority of veterinarians counsel their clients. Declawing cats is chosen only when our principles dictate that it's the best option. Usually this is performed if their owners have a medical condition that would force them to choose between declaw or abandonment and euthanasia of their pet. Finally, I'm concerned about the precedent that this bill would set. As veterinarians, we see ourselves as vital stewards and of safeguarding human and animal health. And I, as do all of my colleagues, want to foster and improve human and animal health, safety, and well-being. This legislation would take from us, the medical professionals most suited to make these decisions, our autonomy to practice our chosen profession. So thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony, and I'm open to any questions.
Okay, terrific. Next, Jonathan Rozero, and you didn't write down doctor, but I'm presuming that you are.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dr. Rozero. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm a practicing veterinarian in Forestville, Maryland, and a member of the Maryland Veterinary Medical Association here today in respectful opposition to House Bill 22. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on this important veterinary health care issue. I have been practicing veterinary medicine since 2009 and have provided medical care for pets in Prince George's County, Charles County, and Montgomery County. Cat declawing should be rare, safe, and completed only when all other options have been tried by the owner in consultation with the veterinarian. I always make sure that I inform the cat's owner of options, such as training, making changes in the cat's living area, routine pedicures and claw maintenance, properly applying items such as soft nail caps, and other appropriate measures. If the owner is not having success, I discuss the declaw procedure and emphasize the steps taken to minimize pain, discomfort, and any other potential postoperative complications. Proper anesthetic protocols, nerve blocks, and surgical techniques, along with the administration of medications to minimize pain and prevent infections, are all discussed with the owner. I will partner with them to provide proper postoperative care and ensure a rapid and smooth recovery for the patient, which usually goes on to live a normal, happy, healthy life. Proper declawing can actually save the lives of certain cats, particularly if the owner is concerned about the possibility of giving the cat away or surrendering it to county officials. We as veterinarians will continue to be the advocates for our patients and work with their owners to provide the best possible care. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, doctor. Next, we'll go to Marisha Francis. Again, also, I'm assuming you're a doctor.
Actually, I am not a doctor.
Okay, then I won't assume that then.
Yeah, yes, it's compliment, but I am not a doctor. My name is Marisha Francis. I'm the executive director for the Maryland Veterinary Medical Association. And since the majority of our testifiers are veterinarians, I was asked to share testimony on behalf of Jeannie Sanders. She's a resident of Rockville, Maryland. Ms. Sanders could not be here today, but asked me to share her personal story. Her sister is battling stage 4 metastatic cancer. She's wheelchair bound and suffers from lymphedema. She has a cat named Lancelot, and to keep him, he must be declawed. She simply cannot risk the possibility of infection from being scratched, even if it's accidental. She adores Lancelot. He truly is her service and support animal. Having him declawed is the only option for him to remain with her. Ms. Sanders asks that the discretionary ability for Maryland veterinarians to exercise their clinical judgment regarding cat declawing not be removed. To do so will result in a profound loss of service and support for Marylanders with compromising health concerns. It is an extremely slippery slope when the clinical judgment of trained practitioners is legislated away. Cats like Lancelot will face rehoming or surrender. Shelters are overcrowded, and the likelihood that Lancelot will be euthanized is high. Those are the judgment calls veterinarians are making, and we ask this committee to grant them the professional authority to do so. The Maryland Veterinary Medical Association respectfully asks for this committee to oppose House Bill 22.
Thank you very much. Next, Matthew Wieman, Dr. Wieman, I guess. Matthew Wieman.
Yes, I'm here. Dr. Wieman, yes.
Okay, go for it. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Matthew Wieman. I'm a practicing veterinarian on the Eastern Shore and chair of the Legislative Committee for the Maryland Veterinary Medical Association. I'm here today to oppose HB 22. I rarely perform a declaw procedure. And before doing so, I've always discussed, as the other veterinarians have indicated, the appropriateness and alternatives to the procedure with my client. This is in line with teaching in veterinary schools. I went through school 9 years ago. It's in line with the AVMA, the American Veterinary Medical Association's guidelines on the procedure. And while I'll never perform a routine declaw, there are times when a declaw is in the best interest of not only the client, but the cat itself. On occasion, I've had arthritic clients that can't cap nails or frequently task caregivers with bringing the patient in for nail trims. Many times these elderly individuals have adopted a cat they simply can't be effectively deterred from destructive behaviors. Reference to human health has been repeatedly brought forth, and it is appreciated. We should not ignore the health benefits conferred to humans through animal companionship. There is a plethora of evidence to show those benefits, and it's not within the purview of the CDC to, highlight that, nor is the CDC tasked with the responsibility to comment on veterinary procedures such as declaws. Anytime I declaw a patient, while rare, it's to prevent the patient from being turned outside, returned to a shelter, or in some other way resigned to an unknown fate. Our shelters and communities are overwhelmed with cats that need adoption. Our shelters are not overwhelmed with cats that have been declawed. I found 3 available for adoption in the state of Maryland when I checked a month ago. When I perform a declaw, it's always under the strictest standards. The AVMA does set those guidelines, and that is the standard of care. The legislation does not protect cats, but it does limit the ability of veterinarians to practice within a legal VCPR and sets a dangerous precedence for limiting that VCPR. And the CDC acknowledges in its recommendations the VCPR and the importance of a client to be counseled by a veterinarian when they have specific health concerns. Today, we're being asked to limit surgical procedures. I do think that that's a dangerous precedent to set. A declaw is not, by definition, a mutilation. It is a surgical procedure. As a veterinarian, I don't want to see bad declaws. Bad outcomes can come from bad declaws, and I would support legislation banning that. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Next, we're going to go to Lawrence Geible. I don't know if you're a doctor or not, but go ahead, Mr. Geible. Lawrence Geible. Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll go to Josh Howe.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like Dr. Lawrence is trying to unmute his microphone, but I can go if you'd like me to.
No, we'll wait for him to unmute. Well, go ahead, Josh. You go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Josh Howe with Compass Government Relations, here on behalf of the Maryland Veterinary Medical Association, also in respectful opposition to House Bill 22 regarding a ban on the declawing of cats. I'd like to just emphasize and offer some context to what you've already heard from some of the veterinary professionals that have gone before me. In an effort to understand the current practice of declaw in Maryland, the MDVMA went ahead and surveyed their own membership to determine the state of declaw in Maryland, essentially, from their members' perspective, and to kind of help develop the position that they took on this bill. Some of those conclusions from the survey are that of the member veterinary hospitals that perform the declaw procedure, they're only do about 3 declaws on average a year. Most practitioners offer alternatives to declaw and consult with pet owners before a declaw procedure occurs. Many member practitioners that have practiced for less than 11 years report that they weren't even taught the procedure in veterinary school. And I believe if my information is correct, that the veterinary school at Virginia Tech, which houses the program for Maryland, does not teach the procedure as well. So we believe that these responses, coupled with the American Veterinary Medical Association's position on cat declawing, illustrates the veterinary profession's commitment to mitigating unnecessary cat declaws. But I think you'll hear today some compelling testimony from some other members in which the declaw is used as a tool to better preserve the relationship between the human and feline bond wherever possible. As it was kind of mentioned earlier, it's safe and rare, and we would argue that the scope of the issue is not as large as some of the proponents would assert. As kind of mentioned in our own.
If you could wrap up your testimony, the committee would appreciate it.
I would just say that we are always open to working with the proponents to determine, better ways to define an exception. So, thank you.
Great.
Dr. Geible, available now.
Okay, great. Let's listen to Dr. Lawrence Geible.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I am Lawrence Geible, a practicing veterinarian in Gaithersburg, Maryland for the past 46.5 years. I have used a surgical laser for the past 20.5 years. All of my surgeries, birds, pocket pets, reptiles, dogs, cats, all with the laser surgery. I only do cat declaws in special situations. You've heard about those already. Immunocompromised, anticoagulants, people with Alzheimer's and things like that, and had nothing but wonderful results. I'm going to talk to you today from the truth from my heart and up to date. All right, it's about a case of a client who had Alzheimer's. He had a cat that he had for multiple years. He developed Alzheimer's. The cat loved sitting on his lap. Every time he jumped up on his lap, he penetrated him with his claws. Every time he jumped off of his lap, he penetrated with his claws. And it got to be a real problem, and he was having issues. We tried everything we could and nothing worked, so we declawed him. Immediately after declawing, and with the laser, there is no mutilation, there is no pain, there is no problem as you've been hearing about. I would ask anybody to come to my practice and see a laser declaw. Anyway, the gentleman who was a good friend and somebody I actually worked with in the Army, he said for every day for the rest of his life, he told his wife, "My cat loves me. Jonas doesn't hurt me anymore." So there's the proof as far as I'm concerned. Special situations need to have special care. It has to be done by somebody who knows what they're doing. It has to be done with the laser. I would never do a declaw the guillotine way. I hope nobody is doing that anymore. I would never do one with a surgical blade. And that's the truth on this case here. I would love to see some fact telling and some truth telling there. 20 to 25% of cats in the country. That's unbelievable.
If you could start to wrap up your testimony, the committee would appreciate it.
Best thing that I would like to say is that I do declaws for a lot of the veterinarians around the area in Montgomery County. I had my wife, who is my business manager, check out. In 2020, we did 0. This year we did 1. All right, so
Okay, great. We have a number of questions. So the first question will go to, hold on. First question goes to Delegate Sheila Ruth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I actually have a few questions. My first question is for Ms. Francis, and I apologize, I've forgotten the name of the cancer patient.
So the testimony was from
just her name.
I don't have her name.
Okay, then that's okay. Then so that's why I don't remember it. So was this cancer patient told that the surgery could cause lifelong pain or discomfort for her cat?
I think Dr. Geible will be better suited to answer that, as she was a patient of his, a client of his.
right. Yes. So the answer, did the doctor tell the patient that it would happen? Are you talking about the veterinarian or the MD, the oncologist?
So I'm asking if the veterinarian who performed the surgery told this person that her beloved cat Lancelot might experience lifelong pain or discomfort from this procedure?
I will answer that, and the answer is no, because I've been doing the laser declaw for the past 20 plus years, and I've never, ever had one go bad. Okay, if you know what you're doing and you use the laser, when you're using a laser, it seals the nerve endings, so there is no pain. They wake up ready to run. They don't wake up with their feet up in the air. They don't wake up walking on two legs. My cats, I actually have to give them medications to keep them calm for 2 weeks while their skin is healing. I've never had a problem with it, and that is something that you all should be looking at and making sure maybe that the veterinarians who are doing it are specialized enough that they know what they're doing.
Okay, but my understanding and it from everything that I've read and heard is that even if the surgery doesn't go bad, there can be discomfort because they don't have the claws. The litter box, the litter can get into their paws. They can have back problems. They have to walk differently. So even if the cat doesn't have pain from the surgery, it can cause lifelong problems. And as a cat owner myself, if I knew that I would be heartbroken if I had to give up my cats, but I would give them up in an instant if keeping them meant that they would be in any kind of discomfort for their life. It's not for me to put them in discomfort. And I just wondered if she would feel the same way. I know you can't answer how she would feel about that.
My answer is that mine do not have pain. Okay, they don't have pain for the rest of their life. They use the litter box from day one. They don't hold their feet up. So that's what I'm saying. I'm talking from truth, not from all this anecdotal stuff that I'm hearing for the last half hour. I would love to see where they found out 25% of cats.
That's beyond my question. So going back to Ms. Francis, I just was wondering why, if you can tell me why it was even necessary to declaw the cat when both the CDC and the Cancer Association do not recommend declawing.
Well, I think that in that situation, the CDC and these huge organizations are doing blanketed statements. But this was a very specific case where they had to make a decision based on this individual's issues, problems, cancer, lymphedema. She had very, very fragile skin. She is very connected to the cat and wanted to keep it. The risk is that Lancelot would be surrendered. 75% of cats in the shelter situation, in a shelter environment, are euthanized.
If I could something also.
No, that's okay. Thank you. I want to move on because I only have so much time and there are other people waiting for questions. So Dr. Wieman, you said that it's not in the purview of the CDC to comment on veterinary health, but is it in the purview of the CDC to comment on human health?
Of course.
Of course. So wouldn't you say that there's a human health component to this? If this is about human health. We're talking about a human health exemption. We even call it human health. So how is it not the CDC's place to comment on that?
There are human health diseases that one would perhaps try to cite as a reason for why a declaw would be appropriate. I'm not necessarily here to support that position. The CDC would have the responsibility to say as a blanket whether or not it would be ever appropriate to declaw a cat for a specific human health condition. And I don't think that the CDC has said that it feels that would be an appropriate step to take to mitigate human health disease. But what the CDC can't do is comment specifically on the human-animal bond and how that animal interacts with that human being in a specific situation. And that is really what we're here to discuss, is very specific, nuanced situations in the rare case where it would be appropriate to declaw that cat.
Okay.
I don't think
anyone here. You know what? I think it's been asked and answered. I think we can be assured that the CDC knows what it's talking about when it comes to humans. Any other questions, Delegate Ruth?
I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Next question goes to Delegate Ann Healy.
Mr. Chairman, very happy to be here for this hearing. And I would like to ask just a general question about the profession, the veterinary profession in Maryland, and who establishes what the standards of care are. My question is there a professional standards board in the state that has the expertise to set those standards across the profession in our state? Is there someone in this organization that can answer that question?
It's difficult in this context to know who's getting ready to speak, and I apologize. Josh, were you getting ready to answer that on behalf of the?
I'll defer to you, Dr. Wieman.
The Maryland Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners is who enforces the standard. And in some ways, they're defining the standard because if a practitioner violates the board's guidelines, then they can be held to account for practicing under what is considered the standard of care. I think your question was the overarching who defines the standard. If I'm trying to answer accurately, that would be a consortium. So the American Veterinary Medical Association, other expert groups would collectively define the standard, and then the standard can be accepted whole or in part or redefined and then enforced. Ultimately, it comes down to who enforces a standard, and that would be the board. So the board is going to violate any practitioner that falls below the standard of care, and the standard of care is generally defined in a region-specific way. So if you look at a zip code or whatever region, and I don't have an answer for you precisely on how they do that, have you fallen below the standard of care in your region? So what the Eastern Shore considers acceptable could be different from the standard of care in downtown Baltimore, for instance. And so it really is defined by the level that's provided in that region, is my understanding, and that's part of how the board would take enforcement action against somebody practicing below that standard. To precisely clarify, the AVMA has made a stance on declaw, and any practitioner that's not practicing within that guideline is very much at risk of falling below the standard of care. Multimodal pain therapy and counseling their clients prior to performing a declaw for the things that you have specifically referenced is now required. And without doing that in the state of Maryland or anyone else or anywhere else, you are at risk of falling below the standard of care, and that's a punishable offense.
Wait, hold on, Delegate Healy, let me just, Dr. Wieman, you probably should have led with the last part of your answer. Are you saying that the veterinary medicine profession has a definitive statement with respect to declawing?
Yes, I don't have it up in front of me, but the nuance of it is you are required to counsel your
Okay, you know what? If you could just transmit that to the committee, we'd find that useful.
It was submitted as written testimony.
Oh, was it? Okay. All right, then we'll take a look at that then. And do you have any follow-up questions? You're muted.
Bar wasn't working. Okay, this is better. Yeah, I have one just follow-up. I'm glad to have that information. Does the board in Maryland submit regulations from time to time to update what the standard of care may be? Does anybody know if there's any pending regulations related to decline?
We are, the board is actively, I want to make sure I don't misspeak because I am a veterinarian, I'm the chair of the board, but my understanding, and we are working with the board now independently because the board makes these decisions, but the Veterinary Practice Act for Maryland is currently under review, and that is, I believe, on a set schedule that's set by legislation, and it's currently in the process of being under review. And we have, and I think, does that answer your question? Yes, they do change the requirements of Maryland practitioners on a set schedule. I think that it's every 10 years. If a lobbyist or somebody can make sure I'm telling
That's okay. That's fine. You don't have to be that precise. I think that it might be good for the committee to check with AELR to see if there's any pending regulations related to declawing so that we can see perhaps the regulatory process might work as well as having a piece of legislation.
Can I
That's
have
just
one
my question.
to clarify that?
No, we've got 3 more people with questions.
That's all. Thank you. I'm finished.
Yeah, the next question is going to go to Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is for Mr. Howell. Did I hear you correctly say that declawing is not taught in veterinary school any longer?
Is my understanding, and I received that information right before this hearing, that the region's medical school, which is actually in Virginia Tech, that has a reciprocity program with this state, is not taught there. So that was the statement that I intended to make.
Okay, so if it's not being taught at leading veterinary schools, and only veterinarians, I think I also heard you say that veterinarians on average perform only 3 declaws per year. All of these panelists have testified that it's a very rare procedure. Isn't it conceivable that in a day not too long in the future that we may see virtually no declawing procedures in the state of Maryland, given that leading veterinarian schools are not teaching it?
I think that you will probably see the practice be further mitigated given the efforts that the association, not only in the state, but across the country, have taken to address the practice and talk about the standard of care consulting before the procedure or following up with pain medication after. We understand the proponent's concern with this practice, and the veterinarians, I think, only view this as a system, as a tool of last resort to keep the cat in the home with somebody who may be immunocompromised in most cases. So while we'll work to mitigate the practice, but I'm not sure if we'll ever see no declaws in the state.
Okay,
you want to hear from a veterinarian, Delegate Foley? I don't want to be disrespectful.
Sure.
All I was going to say is I think the day of declaws not being performed in Maryland is pretty close to here. I don't think any of us want to be performing declaws. All we're asking is that to exemplify, we are a self-regulating profession. We will act responsibly, and we just recognize that there are occasionally nuanced situations in which we really feel that we need the right to be able to do this. I don't think anyone is here saying we want to be doing it.
No, I understand that. My only point is that I just wanted to ask, well, let me put it a different way, that declawing is a practice that is not on the increase, it's on the decrease. And it seems to be moving to a point where it probably won't be occurring hardly at all, if ever. Is that,
I think that's
fair?
Accurate.
Okay, thank you.
This is Dr. Geible. Can I add something also?
No, you know what? We've got 2 more people asking questions, and I've got 8 more bills, so I'm going to move it along here a little bit. Delegate Wieman and then Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so my question, I have 2 questions about standards of care. So I was interested to hear that discussion about how often those are updated. The veterinarians here that are advocating or speaking out against this bill and saying, this is rare, but we need to be able to keep this option. All of you talked, I think, persuasively about counseling owners about options before they would want to go to declawing. But what I want to hear a little bit more about is what you say, and this is along the lines of Delegate Ruth's question. What is it that you tell owners about the possible negative effects of declawing around the behavior issues we heard described in detail, the pain issues, the issues around using the litter box, the biting. Do you really go into great detail about that? Are you even required to by law? I would think that might be a deterrent for some folks if you're providing them balanced information.
I'll try to be quick and answer. I always start with the conversation of the alternatives. We should avoid the declaw. There's no reason to put any patient through a surgery that they don't need. So if there's a way to prevent the behavior that you're looking to deter, let's find that. And there's a number of different ways that we can do that. And it would be a long conversation to go through them, but point by point, we go through probably the top 5 or 6 ways that we can avoid a declaw. And then, yes, I do counsel a client, and I'll usually say something to the effect of, you're asking me to declaw your cat. There is evidence to show that we can have problems with declaws. This is what can lead to a problem with those declaws. In kind of a quick, concise way, a bad declaw can lead to bad outcomes. A properly performed declaw doesn't lead to bad outcomes. You can see a force plate analysis difference between a cat's paws. That doesn't mean the cat's in pain. And likewise, correlating a cat that's inappropriately urinating just because it was declawed is inaccurate. There are lots of undeclawed cats peeing outside of litter boxes. And so we go through all of those things. If a client comes to me and says, my cat's scratching and I want it declawed, that is a no-fly zone, because it's absolutely correct that research shows that cats more likely to bite if they're already scratching. So you know, that doesn't fall into a safe, appropriate guideline for why we would try to protect a human or animal in that situation. That's a behavioral issue that needs to be addressed appropriately. So when I'm practicing, go through all of the nuance, the good, the bad, and I actively deter a declaw. There are occasions when I'll still do it. I do believe that you're below the standard of care if you're not counseling clients on that. The AVMA has set that standard of care. The Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners will look to that if they get a complaint against a veterinarian performing a declaw.
Okay, well, that's somewhat helpful, but I still feel like the emphasis is on the front end of the counseling, and that's fine, and that's great actually to try to point out that there are a lot of other options. But then if the person is emphatic, it sounds like that you, Dr. Wieman, at least are distinguishing between a good and a bad declaw, which is I think troubling, frankly, you know, because it's suggesting as if there are you know, no issues around the surgery, then there's going to automatically be a good outcome. It seems to me that sort of sugarcoats what the potential problems will be. So that's a concern. And it sounds like there's no standard around that, around what you have to say or should be saying to owners once they have arrived at, in their mind, no, I've tried everything else, I still want declawing. That's not a question so much, Mr. Chairman. I will go on to my next question, which is specifically for Dr. Wieman, because he used, I wasn't listening to the first part of what you said, but I was concerned that you started talking about different standards on the Eastern Shore, and these were your words, Eastern Shore versus downtown Baltimore. What did you mean by that? That is really concerning if that is to say there are not even and same standards across this state.
That's, I believe what I intend to say is there are not the same standards when the Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners looks to a practice that is perhaps under the standard of care. They're going to look at guidelines, for instance, from the American Veterinary Medical Association. In declaw, I think those guidelines are very well set, and that's probably more homogeneous throughout the state. But in other practices, if you have, and I didn't mean to create any sort of disparity between Baltimore or the Eastern Shore, I was just using 2 distinctly different locales, which I think we can all envision. If you have a region that is generally has less availability of care, then it's perhaps not conceivable to assume that a CT scan or an MRI or something would be available. That doesn't apply to a declaw, but the point I'm trying to make is the standard of care in practices in different regions is defined differently based on what is typically or ordinarily available.
Well, that's troubling to me personally. That should not be the case. It shouldn't,
Delegate Wieman, unless this is a question, you need to go on with questions.
I would hope, I will ask that as a question. I would hope the veterinary board would take a look at that issue. Can we have some level of assurance from whomever is representing that board that would be looked at if in fact there is clear evidence of different standards of care in different parts of Maryland?
I don't think anyone here is representing the board. We want the board to be able to make an opinion, but they are not allowed to.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very quick and very brief. So thank you for all this. I did come a little late, but I know this is been before the committee before, but I have one question, which is a concern around surgical procedures or potentially banning the procedure in and of itself. What I worry about, and if someone can help me answer this, is whether or not a veterinarian would need to know still the procedures as it relates to declawing for declawing care. And let me just give an example. You get a stray cat, it comes to a shelter and it's been appropriately or inappropriately declawed, however you feel about it. What training does a veterinarian have to then help mitigate that and manage that if it has been a not to standard care? So I guess I'm thinking more about controversial how I say this, but about the care of an inappropriate or a mishandled declawing procedure, and whether or not a veterinarian, if they were moving the teaching about declawing, where is their teaching about how to manage and take care of cats who may be at this point illegally declawed?
Hold on, before you answer that question, Delegate Boyce, I was having difficulty following what the question was. Could you just repeat the question, because I want to make sure I understand what the question is?
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry if anyone else. I'm just wondering about medical training as it relates to declawing care. And so if we kind of ban it or end the practice, is there medical training to manage care if there is an illegal, for instance, declawing?
You go ahead and answer that if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would start out by doing a good physical on the cat. I would then probably take x-rays of his two front feet if that's what was done. I would look for evidence that there was a little bit of bone that was left by a poorly formed or performed surgery. If they were there, I'm talking because I've seen that before and I've helped the Humane Society before and other people. Redo the surgery, get the piece of bone out of there, suture them up, and then hope that everything goes well. It is our job to do everything that we can to make sure that the cat is healthy.
Doctor, is that Geible?
This is Dr. Geible. I'm sorry.
Geible, that's not the response I'm looking for. What I'm trying to figure out is whether or not you get medical training of how to, if you're saying that this is not going to be taught in medical school anymore, is there training to be able to manage that aspect of a paw or a claw?
Probably just the old people, just the old veterinarians.
Okay.
That have been
Veterinary school in general, like any medical program, can't teach you specifically what you need to know in every situation. And so if your patient is in pain, you have to find the source of the pain and you have to find an acceptable way to mitigate that. And that's what we do as trained professionals and as veterinarians. As far as teaching the surgery, I don't think it's being taught specifically, but I think I'm the most recent grad here, maybe. I was still taught how to appropriately do it if you're going to do it, and what the standard of care would be.
Okay, it looks like we have no further questions. And if that's the case, thank you one and all. That concludes the public hearing on House Bill 22. Let's go to House Bill 147. Up again, Delegate Charkoudian. And let me also mention that This is being jointly held with the Ways and Means Committee. So there are 3 members of the Ways and Means Committee present for House Bill 147 as well. So Delegate Charkoudian, you have the floor, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair, colleagues, and colleagues from the Ways and Means Committee. And thank you. I just need to sort of point of personal privilege, I guess, to thank all of you for being so thoughtful about really thinking through some of the hard issues as you did in that last one. And as I know you do all the time, but I really do appreciate it. For the record, Delegate Lord Charkoudian here now speaking on behalf of HB 147, asking for a favorable report. This is the essentially farm to food security package. And this builds on, again, let me thank you last year for passing the Maryland Food Resiliency Council. The design of the State Food System Resiliency Council was to really break down a lot of the silos of state agencies and local county nonprofits and farm groups, and to really think systemically and holistically about the food system and about food security and respond to the food security emergency that we see now, that we have been seeing, in a way that builds a strong food system that is good both for making sure everybody has enough to eat, for sure, but also good for our agriculture, good for our economy, good for the environment, and good for future emergency preparedness. And so this bill has 3 different components, but the theme of all of these components is that they are ways to build on and respond to the food security crisis we see ourselves in a way which invests in and builds on our local agriculture and local economy. And so you'll hear from the advocates in each of these areas. One of them is to increase the amount of money we invest in doubling SNAP and federal nutrition benefits at farmers markets. The second is to invest money into school systems so that they can, that those who run federally reimbursed school meals can afford to buy food in those meals from Maryland farmers. And the third is to invest in our food banks and emergency food providers and make sure that they can purchase food from local farmers. And so this bill has all 4 of those components. You'll hear from each of the programs that run programs along these lines. And I'll just say that I think the state invests a lot of money, not nearly enough, but we do invest money into food security. I'm very proud of the extraordinary effort over the last few years in particular, making sure that people have enough to eat. And this bill is about strategically investing that so that we make sure people have enough to eat and we grow our local farm and local economy. And I'll actually stop there and I'll take questions, I guess, at whatever point in time it's appropriate.
We're going to go through all of the proponents and then entertain questions of all of them. And I'm going to have to leave in a few minutes. So, but they're in the following order: Colby Ferguson, Steve McHenry, Beth Brewster, Adam LaRose, Michael J. Wilson, Aisha Holmes, and Heather Brushkin. So let's start with Colby. Colby, welcome back to another exciting year in environment and transportation for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks again for hearing this very valuable bill, and still one of my favorite, if not my most favorite committee. I know I spend most of my time in this committee. So yes, we, on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, we come in support of House Bill 147. This is a bill that has, it's been in combinations for a couple of years now. I think it's just maybe phase 2 of some of the components to try to address local food into the procurement process, as well as to people that need fresh fruits and vegetables and foods around the state. One thing I would say, I'm not going to get into the minutia of what this bill it does. There's experts coming behind me that are going to break down MD Farm and the money market program and the food to school program. So I just give you the farmer's perspective on this. One thing that the pandemic definitely showed us is that farmers are absolutely essential for our daily needs. And we did find out that it was a little difficult to get local produce, local foods to the people that needed it with the way the system is set up. Not going to say that all the systems are broken in the state of Maryland. I think we have a very efficient poultry industry on the Eastern Shore. I think our dairy industry is very strong in the regions in the western parts of the state. But I think there is definitely need for expansion and ability for Maryland farmers to get their products directly to Maryland consumers, whether it be through farmers markets, whether it be through food box programs or into the school system. So with that, I encourage this committee to move this bill forward. I think it has a lot of good components to it. I know it has a large fiscal note, and I'm hoping that that's not a deterrent to moving a good bill forward. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we're going to go to Steve McHenry. I almost promoted you there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, you did promote me. It's great to be back before the committee. I wish it were in person. We're here to support House Bill 147 and specifically the Maryland Farms and Families Fund grant program, which is a program run by MDA. That program funds the Maryland Money Market Program. And I provided the committee a detailed testimony on how all that works. I'm not going to dive too deeply into that right now, except to say that this grant is fundamental to the foundation of the whole Maryland Market Money Program. It lays the foundation, which leverages funds from county governments, from USDA, from private nonprofit foundations, et cetera. So we certainly want to support the increase in the funding up to the $300,000 level. The other thing the bill does is it provides flexibility in how we use the MDA grant funds. Under current law, we can only use 30% for admin, whereas 70% has to go to fund the food incentives at the markets. We would wish to provide a little more flexibility there, making it a 60-40 split, which gives us additional flexibility in raising other money. Remember, this is the first dollar into the program. So these funds are foundational to allowing us to raise other funds from participating county governments, nonprofit organizations, federal dollars, et cetera. So again, and the other thing the bill does is it provides or it encourages county and municipal governments that are participating to provide those funds on an 80-20 split, meaning 80% would be used for incentives and 20% for administrative costs. There's a tremendous amount of work that's undertaken to write the grants and keep the records and all that and do all the reporting. And we want to encourage the local governments to write contracts that facilitate this. And I'm pleased to say today, all the participating local governments, there's three last year, 2 at the moment, Prince George's and Montgomery counties. We want to build on this going forward to serve other areas of the state that are not currently being served. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Let's go next to Beth Brewster. Beth, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. I appreciate you allowing me to testify today. My name is Beth Brewster. I serve as supervisor of food services for Caroline County Public Schools down here on the Eastern Shore. We are one of 24 school districts in the state, and we're very excited about this legislation, specifically as it relates to the creation of Farm to School Grant Pilot Program. This is beginning to incentivize school districts to purchase local produce to help build food resiliency in our community, grow the local economy, give our children more nutritious foods, and to help small to medium-sized farmers the ability to continue to farm. I have served in this capacity for 11 years. It's been a mission of mine to ensure that my 5,600 school children are able to eat nutritious, fresh foods every day. We put a very strong emphasis on local Maryland products and try to incorporate it in our menu at least 2 to 3 times a week. And we would like to do this more often if we had more funding for that. If you see my testimony, there's a list of farm to school projects that we have already. We're very integrated into our farming community. The Farm to School grant is a pilot. It's modeled after successful farm to school grant programs throughout the country. This would allow my district to receive 20 cents per meal for every meal service that we had with Maryland grown or produced food components. The 20 cents per meal reimbursement would be one of the most advantageous of any incentive program in the country. This would help us to offset the cost of staffing for processing of produce and the purchase of local produce, which tends to run a bit higher. This would also help to increase the number of days in the year we serve locally sourced foods. This would allow us to help with the food resiliency in our area. It would also allow our farmers to have contracts where we knew they were growing for the school system and they had a buyer that was there. They know where the product is going. I feel the provision was very thoughtfully crafted to glean from the lessons learned insights of the policymakers, advocates, school nutrition directors, administrators from across the country. This is not a mandated policy. This is a pilot program for us to see if this would actually work in the state of Maryland. Caroline County was honored to sit on the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council to explore ways to make the state of Maryland more food resilient.
If you could wrap up your testimony,
Sure.
the committee would appreciate that.
All right, I thought I was talking fast enough. I'm sorry.
No, there's a little timer there. So anyway.
No, I don't see it.
Oh, all right.
That's okay. But anyway, I think it would be very advantageous for us to get the pilot. I think that we need to get more local foods and to help us to have our farmers grow actual produce for people. So.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. We're going to go to Adam LaRose, then Michael Wilson, Aisha Holmes, Heather Brushkin. I have to go to another meeting, as does the vice chair. So we're going to leave you in the good hands of Delegate Jim Gilchrist, who is going to be in charge. Okay, Jim? Okay, I saw a nod of his head, so I'm going to take that as okay. See you soon. Take care.
Did the chairman call the next witness?
Yep. Yes, sir. Hey, good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Adam LaRose. I serve as the Director of Advocacy and Public Policy here at the Capital Area Food Bank. We serve Maryland's two largest counties, Prince George's and Montgomery, and we work hand in hand with the Maryland Food Bank to ensure that nearly 1 in 3 food insecure residents throughout the state are able to access the nutritious food they need and deserve. The Capital Area Food Bank has had to take unprecedented actions during this crisis. We had at least 2 new warehouses, one of which in Hyattsville, to be able to store the amount of food needed for our clients and our partners. We needed that space to stockpile and navigate the ongoing market of supply chain delays and product shortages. When our donations plummeted by 75%, nearly 2/3 of which, mind you, usually accounts for our food distribution, we had to purchase food in the open market. Since April of 2020, we have purchased more than 1,100 truckloads of food, nearly 4 times more than pre-COVID. What used to take us 4 to 6 days to order a truckload of canned tuna or produce now can take us upwards of 4 to 6 weeks. And during this pandemic, we have provided 48 million meals to Maryland residents in need. This has been the most resource and labor-intensive crisis that we have ever navigated. Like that of the Great Recession, we anticipate that this recovery will take years for our clients who are already dealing with a multitude of inequities. This legislation would create the Maryland Farm Program, modeled off of successful programs in Michigan, New York, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. MD Farm would ensure Maryland-sourced, born and bred products and services would be leveraged to alleviate hunger and build sustainable resiliency throughout our state. This legislation would expand the Maryland Market Money Program, so our clients could make their SNAP and WIC dollars go much further for their families. This legislation would allow any one of the 24 school districts to receive incentives to use Maryland-sourced agricultural products right onto the plates of our school children. The pandemic exposed weaknesses in our food system that we must begin to address now to not only help with the recovery of this crisis, but to prepare for future ones. This legislation is a real step in that direction, and we sincerely hope for your support, and we appreciate the presence of both committees in consideration of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Michael Wilson and then Aisha Holmes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Michael J. Wilson. I'm Director of Maryland Hunger Solutions, a statewide nonpartisan nonprofit organization working to end hunger in the state of Maryland. I have submitted testimony in writing for your consideration, and rather than read that, I'd like to make 3 very quick points. First of all, the challenges that the pandemic has exposed Many of them existed prior to the pandemic, that there were hundreds of thousands of people in the state of Maryland, 600,000 utilizing SNAP before the pandemic. In May of 2020, that went to over 850,000, the highest number in the recorded history of the state. So in a state with 6 million people, we have more than 1 in 10 who are utilizing SNAP. And while none of us would ever want a pandemic, the lessons we have learned, the ways we have grown, the policies we put in place have helped us do better for everyone in our state. We're supportive of the entire package, but I want to focus just for a moment on the Maryland market money, which is so important. Maryland farmers markets are not just places to shop. They are the places where urban Maryland, suburban Maryland, and rural Maryland come together. It is the place we all join. And when we add more funding to Maryland market money, then low-income Marylanders who use SNAP, who use WIC, who use pandemic EBT, can spend their dollars there and can help as well. This money isn't just a twofer. It's not just for low-income folks and farmers. It goes throughout our entire food system. And that's why it's so important here. I'm gonna wrap up because I know that you have other witnesses you want to hear from, but it's important to me that in the week when we celebrated the birthday of Dr. King, we got a long way to go. Dr. King said in 1964, in accepting the Nobel Prize, I have the audacity to believe that peoples everywhere can have 3 meals a day for their bodies, education and culture for their minds, and dignity, equality, and freedom for their spirits. That's the essence of what we're trying to get done here today. And I look forward to your questions, and thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Aisha Holmes, then Heather Bruskin, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman and Committee, for allowing me to testify with you today. I'm Aisha Holmes. I'm the Director of Maryland No Kid Hungry campaign, which is part of Share Our Strength. We at No Kid Hungry Maryland strongly support House Bill 147 legislation. No Kid Hungry is a campaign across the nation that is really focused on ending childhood hunger. At Share Our Strength, we believe that every child should have 3 meals a day, and those meals should be healthy and nutritious. 1 out of every 6 children in the state of Maryland is hungry when they go to sleep at night. There is a pandemic underway, and it has only created more challenges for families as they seek food to enjoy every day together. We believe that this legislation is a very important legislation and a very timely one to ensure that families have access to food. Many children have only 1 meal a day, and that is their school lunch. We believe that it is important to work with our partners to ensure that those meals are healthy. No Kid Hungry works with partners across the country to encourage healthy school meals. Through our work, we know that the Farm to School pilot has been effective in many states, some of which were mentioned earlier. The model proposed in this legislation for Maryland reflects the best practices as well as the lessons learned to ensure a successful implementation of this bill in Maryland. We believe that the school meal incentive of 20 cents per meal would be generous and competitive to ensure successful implementation. We believe that the type of incentive infrastructure would encourage districts to incorporate fresher and locally grown healthy options for children in Maryland. I would be remiss if I didn't highlight the lessons learned about food resiliency during this pandemic. We've all been hit hard, but I think schools have been hit especially hard. They've had challenge with the supply chain has really left many schools floundering and looking for other options. Allowing this type of a program to locally source food will mitigate some of those challenges and allow for a better meal overall for children. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective from No Kid Hungry. I'm here to answer any questions at any time.
Thank you. Heather Bruskin and Heather Halsey, please.
Good afternoon to the esteemed committee members. My name is Heather Breskin, and I'm the Executive Director of the Montgomery County Food Council, but I'm testifying today in my role as co-chair of the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council on behalf of the members of the council itself, not the government or the governor's office, in support of HB 147, the Maryland Farm to Food Security Act. The Food System Resiliency Council was established by the Maryland General Assembly last year to convene 33 appointed council members from across the state, bringing diverse expertise and perspectives to foster a more resilient food system in our state and address the food insecurity crisis resulting from the pandemic. In November of 2021, the council released its first mandated report outlining equity and sustainability policy recommendations for the Maryland food system, representing 5 months of intensive work and thought leadership on behalf of organizations, including the state's 2 food banks, all of the state's food councils, anti-hunger policy and program leaders, state administrators, emergency responders, food system experts, and universities. The recommendations in this report align directly with each of the 3 provisions in HB 147 and identify these strategies as critical steps to help alleviate food insecurity, respond to this crisis, and be better prepared for future crises. The Maryland FARD program would take key steps to establish our state as a leader in effectively leveraging local agriculture to alleviate hunger and food insecurity while building local food production capacity and increasing economic opportunities for local and small farm businesses. It would increase the ability of food assistance providers, large and small, to distribute nutritious and culturally diverse products in communities across Maryland. Increased support of the Maryland Market Money Program would expand its impact to more markets throughout the state, with greater investment in our local food economies and increasing residents' abilities to stretch their SNAP and WIC dollars further through direct purchase of fresh fruits, vegetables, and other nutritious items of their choice. Finally, the Farm to School Grant Program pilot would allow school districts to receive incentives to include more Maryland-grown products on the plates of our next generation. As co-chair of the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council and on behalf of its memberships, we enthusiastically encourage a favorable report for this bill and the incredible opportunity it provides to build a more just, equitable, and resilient food system. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Heather Halsey and then Lauren Goldberg.
Hi, I'm Heather Halsey. I'm the Maryland Market Money Program and Grants Manager, and I represent my organization, the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission, a division of the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. I'm here asking for favorable support on HB 147. And I don't want to duplicate what others have said or provided in writing about the work that Maryland Market Money does, enabled by the Maryland Farms and Families Fund, but I'd specifically like to highlight 2 things. I wanted to expand a little bit on what Steve McHenry touched on briefly, that this program supported by this fund takes a lot of work. There's a lot of grant writing, extensive reporting to funders, along with administration training and technical assistance we provide for markets and farmers. A lot is involved that's necessary to get vital additional funding from a complex range of sources. And it would be really great to increase this funding in the future in order to grow and meet increased demand. Public demand for this program grows exponentially every year. Secondly, I'd just like to mention that many other states provide similar funding for their statewide nutrition incentive programs. DC, even though it's not a state, our neighbor appropriated $1 million this last year for their incentive program Produce Plus for 2022. Oregon, a state with 2/3 the population of Maryland, is doing something similar. Oregon's legislature just allocated $4 million through 2023, which was a continuation from a previous $1.5 million bill. And not to say that we need this huge amount of money right now, but it just for some perspective of the demand that's created for these programs by the public, and especially with the public health crisis we find ourselves in. So in closing, I strongly encourage you to offer favorable support for HB 147. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Lauren Goldberg and then Eric Galley.
Hello, I'm Lauren Goldberg. Thank you very much to the esteemed members of the committees for the opportunity to provide testimony. This is my first time providing testimony, so I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm the executive director at Crossroads Community Food Network, and I'm here to provide a little bit of a perspective around the Maryland Market Money Program and how it's implemented on the ground in case some of you all are unfamiliar. So just a moment as I read from the testimony that I provided. So SNAP redemption at farmers markets has increased dramatically over the past decade. This is largely due to the rise of incentive programs that match SNAP dollars spent at farmers markets. This kind of double dollar program, which is now at hundreds of farmers markets across the country, started right here in Maryland at Crossroads Farmers Market. It was founded in 2007 to bring fresh fruits and vegetables to the Tacoma-Langley Crossroads, which is a primarily immigrant and lower income community. It was the first farmers market in Maryland to accept SNAP and other federal nutrition benefits as a form of payment. And it was the first in the country to match them dollar for dollar. Shoppers using SNAP receive up to $50 of our incentives, which are called fresh checks, each week to spend on fresh, healthy food. The Fresh Checks program at Crossroads Farmers Market is based on a simple idea: make fresh fruits and vegetables more affordable and people will buy them. Since this idea was proven to be successful at our market, an initiative soon followed to extend this reach throughout the state, and the Maryland Market Money Program was born. We work closely with our colleagues to develop and implement the Maryland Market Money Program, and we want to see it expand. It is an absolute game changer for food insecure people shopping at farmers markets and for the local Maryland farmers that their purchases support. Shoppers use their nutrition benefits, SNAP, WIC, senior vouchers, and pandemic EBT, for example, and Maryland Market Money matches those dollars up to a specific threshold, whether that's $20 per person per week or $50 per person per week, or it's unlimited. At Crossroads Farmers Market, we've seen SNAP use increase by 148% since the 2019 season. This tells us that people are using their benefits, that the demand is growing, and that we need to invest in Maryland Market Money to provide more matching dollars. After all, those matching dollars end up in the hands of our Maryland farmers. Thank you very much for your consideration of this important bill and for your efforts to ensure that every Maryland resident is food secure.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that you picked this committee for your first testimony. Unlike the next person, Eric Galley, who has testified many times, and then Wieman Haidarian after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Galley here on behalf of the American Heart Association. And this is the first time that I have testified in front of your committee with a jackhammer going outside. They just started a couple minutes ago, and if it gets too loud, I'll sign off. But as you can imagine, the American Heart Association strongly supports this bill. They're very interested in making healthy foods, healthy fresh fruit and vegetables available to people, especially in food deserts and food swamps where there is a problem. A few years ago, we invested long-term in a tobacco control program, and though we did have to put up a little bit of money at the beginning, it has been very successful. We have dramatically reduced the number of people who smoke, and in the long term, we know we're going to save a lot of lives and prevent a lot of suffering. We believe that investing in programs like this will do the same thing by preventing obesity and all of the obesity-related diseases. This is a win-win. It helps Maryland farmers. It helps people who desperately need access to fresh fruits and vegetables. And because of that, not only are we supporting the bill, but we would urge you as we get through later in session, and there is money available because we know there is a surplus this year, maybe consider even supersizing this bill if there is money available at the end. Never been able to say that before. There's never been a budget year like this, but this is a great bill. We love it the way it's written. We would love it even more if you're able to find even more funding. Thank you very much. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Galley. Thank you for bringing a jackhammer to the committee. Wieman Haidarian and then Ari Americana.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Ari is written only today. Wieman is our last one.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ben. All right, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 147.
Oh, excuse me,
Mr. Chair?
I just unmuted and wasn't sure if you were responding to saying that Ben found the written testimony, but I'm ready to give my testimony.
Mr. Chair, I believe Kathy Kohlberg, or is that?
Well, Wieman Haidarian is next.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come and testify today. My name is, as a correction, my name is Wieman Haydarian, and I'm the new Fair Farms campaign manager, taking over for Shelby Calm. This is also my first time in this committee testifying. See some familiar faces from colleagues from volunteering in the past, and appreciate to be here today. I also submitted a written testimony, and I'll keep it brief. I absolutely am in support of this bill and strongly echo the statements and testimony from previous people here today. And so, with my time, I'll just make a short statement from my own personal experience. One, being a farmer, and then also two, working at a lot of different farmers markets as a farmer and working for a value-added food company out of DC. And so I've certainly noticed many disparities going to a lot of different farmers markets within the DMV. And this is a great opportunity to close that gap, as we do live in a state of food apartheid, meaning that there are some people that can afford the food and some people that cannot for various systemic reasons. And the second thing I would say as a former student going through public school K through 12 in Montgomery County, I live in District 18 right now. It would be an amazing opportunity to have more fresh food available to students to eat healthy. And we see that when students eat healthy, that their grades go up. And I'd also echo the sentiments of a lot of the Farmer Advisory Committee that we work with, FAC, which is a group of farmers that advise me on what's going on with them and in the state. Thank you very much.
Okay, I believe that's it for the testimony. Are there any questions? Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question, and it is, I guess, to the sponsor or whoever would know the answer. Do these programs also include Maryland urban agriculture as well as the traditional? Because there are a lot of places now where there are some urban agricultural operations that certainly could and do provide food at farmers markets and sometimes to schools.
Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you, Delegate Healy. And yes, absolutely. And in fact, the bill was built out of a number of conversations with people across the state. But one of the things that we did was designed several of the components for the flexibility. So for example, we have food banks that have relationships with local urban agriculture and want to be able to make those purchases, but can't because of the systems that they use to make purchases. And so the farm to food bank portion of this bill is specifically designed for those kinds of relationships and to maximize flexibility. So it was designed to really work for every kind of farm in the state, every kind of food distributor in the state, and urban agriculture front and center in our minds as we're thinking about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that concludes the hearing on House Bill 147. We will move on to House Bill 52. Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the end of my oral testimony during my 4 minutes, I'm going to share my screen. So can I be granted access to do that, please?
How do we do that?
Trish or Dan?
Just a moment, Trish has to. There we go.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. It'll take me 1 minute just to get myself together here so I can share when the time comes. Okay. Why that is not coming up, I do not know. There we go. All right, so here we go. Mr. Chair, members of the best committee in the House, for the record, I am Delegate Sarah Love, here to present House Bill 52, prohibiting in Maryland the trafficking of items made from imperiled species parts. So in short, HB 52 would prohibit the sale of any part or product made from the covered animal species. And the 11 types of covered animals are elephant, rhinoceros, tiger, lion, leopard, cheetah, jaguar, sea turtle, pangolin, giraffe, and great ape species. Those are in the bill. There's not going to be a quiz. We also include the extinct mammoth because it's easy to pass elephant ivory off as mammoth. And as a result, elephant ivory has been found for sale under the guise of legal mammoth ivory. So when I talk about products made from these animals, I mean things like ashtrays made from gorilla hands, pillows made from giraffe skin, ivory necklaces, and more. The United States is a major importer of these body parts. For example, we are the second largest consumer of illegally poached elephant ivory. Between 2006 and 2015, more than 40,000 giraffe products were imported into the United States. And we know these traffic items are being sold in Maryland. While federal law prohibits the interstate sale of items made from endangered or imperiled animal parts, it is still legal to sell them within Maryland. So that means under federal law, I cannot sell my ivory statue to someone in Pennsylvania, but I can sell it to any of you here in Maryland. 12 states plus the District of Columbia have the same or similar bans to what we are proposing here. But because we don't have a law like this, we are an attractive market for the sale of these parts. Now, some of you may be wondering, we're talking about wildlife across the globe. Why should we in Maryland care? And I have two answers for you. The first is because banning this practice is simply the right thing to do. These items come largely through poaching, the illegal killing of these animals. So through our commerce, we are contributing to the killing of these animals. The population of savanna elephants has declined by 60% and forest elephants by more than 86% since the 1970s, placing them a step or two away from extinction. Fewer than 7,100 cheetahs remain in the wild. All 7 sea turtle species are threatened with extinction. African lion populations have declined by 43% since 1993. And an animal you may not have heard of, the pangolin, is actually the most trafficked animal. Over 1 million have been illegally killed for their meat and scales, and 2 of its species are critically endangered. And the second reason is because the sale of these parts is used to fund international terrorism. And you'll hear more about this from Kimberly Fullerton. And I will end my testimony with a brief slideshow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can
Catherine
you-
Kohlberg.
Thank you, perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Kohlberg. I'm the Director of Marine and Wildlife Protection at the Humane Society of the United States and a resident of Silver Spring. We urge you to support HB 52, a bill to ban the sale of parts and products from imperiled species. Many thanks to Delegate Love for introducing this critical piece of legislation. HSUS undercover investigations in 2017 and 2021 uncovered imperiled animal parts and products for sale across Maryland, including elephant ivory pendants, beaded necklaces and figurines, giraffe bone lamps, and jaguar fur pieces. All of the species covered under this bill are at risk of extinction and have declining populations throughout their ranges. Each year, as many as 20,000 elephants are killed in Africa to supply the demand for their ivory. Evidence shows that the US is a significant destination market for giraffe specimens. It's difficult to tell if an undocumented piece of ivory is antique or if it's from newly poached elephants, and illegal ivory is being sold under the guise of legal ivory. Wildlife populations should not be decimated for trinkets. And Delegate Love already went through state law versus federal law, but essentially state laws are needed to complement existing federal laws and regulations and to close loopholes. In addition, Washington, D.C. passed an elephant ivory and rhino horn trade ban, and it was enacted just this past summer. It's likely that those illegal markets are simply shifting to Maryland. This is an action Marylanders can take to ensure they're not unwittingly contributing to the illegal wildlife trade and to protect global populations of imperiled species. They simply just do not have time to wait. We urge your support of HB 52. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Radoff, followed by Alyssa Dangle.
Good afternoon, Acting Chairman Gilchrist, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Lisa Radoff, President and Chairman of Maryland Votes for Animals, here in strong support of HB 52. You heard excellent testimony, and you will hear even more testimony from my colleagues, so I will be brief. Maryland is no stranger to taking a stand to protect a species from these types of activities. In 2013, Maryland was the first state on the East Coast to pass a law banning shark finning. That law was sponsored by then Senator Brian Frosch, and it bans the possession, sale, trade, and distribution of shark fins to protect sharks, sounding familiar to this bill. It's time for Maryland to take a similar step forward, not only to protect sharks as we did in 2013, but also to protect these species whose numbers are dwindling precipitously in the face of rapidly expanding illegal poaching. As you have heard, with laws against trafficking, some of these species having recently passed in New York and Washington, D.C., this trafficking can migrate to the closest states that allow these activities, such as our state of Maryland. Baltimore is a certified antiques port. So with New York and Washington, D.C. banning these sales, it puts pressure on Maryland and our port as these illegal items are coming here. Federal law, as you heard, already bans trafficking of these parts between states, but not within each state. It's time to close this loophole so we can protect these threatened and imperiled species. I would like to thank Delegate Love for sponsoring this bill and urge a favorable report on HB 52. Thanks.
Thank you. Alyssa Dangle, followed by Kate Delusky.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Alyssa Dangle, and I'm a sixth grader at Glenwood Middle School in Howard County. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on House Bill 52. Wildlife trafficking is a very cruel practice that sells animals, products, and parts. This bill can stop this and save many animals from extinction. We can also create a status quo to not abide wildlife trafficking, to not kill an animal so you can wear it as jewelry or have a pretty bag, to not turn a life into a thing you wear. Fewer than 7,100 cheetahs are alive because of poaching. All 7 species of sea turtles are facing extinction. There are only 68,000 giraffes left in the world. For comparison, over 692,000 people live in Baltimore. This means more people live in Baltimore than there are giraffes and cheetahs left in the wild. This bill being passed can save so many animals' lives. I can't imagine the world without some of these iconic species. This is such a cruel practice to have animals killed for something as worthless as jewelry or bags or chess sets. Animals are killed every day because of it. We need to care about the fact that in a matter of years, so many iconic species could be dead. We need to care that there are more people in Baltimore than giraffes and cheetahs combined. We need to care about this bill so we can save so many lives. House Bill 52 can make such a huge difference to the world. It can save so many elephants and rhinoceroses and tigers, lions, leopards, cheetahs, jaguars, sea turtles, pangolins, and giraffes. These animals all deserve not to be wiped out to make jewelry that someone will wear once and probably not wear again. Please pass House Bill 52.
Thank you very much, Alyssa Dangle. Thank you for good time management too. All right, we'll move on to Kate Delusky, and then, Kate Delusky next.
Mr. Chair, last I heard she had not been let in from the waiting room.
All right, we'll work on that. How about Kimberly Fullerton?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Delegate Gilchrist and members of the committee. My name is Kim Fullerton, and I represent the MSBA Animal Law section. I think that my fellow panelists also wanted me to identify myself as the American Bar Association's Wildlife Subcommittee co-chair, but I am not here in that official capacity today, just for the Maryland State Bar Animal Law section. And I wanted to talk today about how wildlife trafficking has such far-reaching consequences for people, animals, and our shared sense of security. Wildlife trafficking has evolved into an incredibly lucrative and illicit criminal network, and it's fueled by an untraceable currency. It links the same trade routes and violent characteristics that are identified in other areas of organized crime. It has the same criminal entities that engage in wildlife trafficking. So they've been found to also engage in the smuggling of weapons and drugs and even people. Given the scale of these interconnected priorities, collaboration in policymaking and enforcement is critically important. We must apply a whole of government approach, and we must implement legislation both across and within borders. This bill is a step in the right direction, and it addresses this gap that we see interstate at the state level. It locks arms with national and global policy directives. The MSBA Animal Law section thanks this committee, and we ask for a favorable report on House Bill 52.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kate Delusky, and then Diane Hutchins.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of HB 52. My name is Kate Delusky. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor at the Animal Welfare Institute, a national nonprofit organization dedicated to alleviating suffering in animals with many members in Maryland. The illegal wildlife trade has implications for more than just the preservation of species. Poaching is not a small or unsophisticated operation. It's actually intertwined with violent militias, organized crime, and government corruption. Wildlife trafficking now produces profits of upwards of $20 billion a year, which places it among the top 5 criminal markets globally. The groups involved use poaching as a substantial source of funding for their other activities, and they use the logistics and supply chains of major container and shipping companies to move their product in a system that's interwoven with networks that also enable terrorism, drugs, weapons, and human trafficking. This crisis has reached such a scale that these criminal groups are a concern for the stability of some African governments. Well-funded terrorist organizations operating in developing countries can take advantage of governments that lack the capacity to adequately regulate their country's natural assets. And we know that a region destabilized by corruption, by violent conflict, is not only problematic for the nations involved, but also for US security. At the federal level, there's been broad bipartisan consensus of the risk that wildlife trafficking poses to our nation's safety. Presidents Obama, Trump, and Biden have all issued executive orders that highlight the ties between wildlife trafficking and organized criminal networks. But the federal government can't regulate trade of wildlife products within a state. So HB 52 is necessary to complement federal measures and to ensure that commerce in wildlife products is tightly regulated throughout US markets. I hope the committee will act favorably on HB 52, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Diane Hutchins, followed by Ryan Fredrickson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I am Diane Hutchins, Vice President of Government Affairs for the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore. You have our written testimony in front of you, and it says support with amendments. The Maryland Zoo in Baltimore fully supports the intent of this bill. Wildlife trafficking is abhorrent. The practice is reprehensible, and it's absolutely antithetical to everything that the nation's third oldest zoo stands for. That's the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore. The amendment that we offered was due to something that was specific to the zoo and the bill. And I want to say thank you to Delegate Love for being willing to meet with us and work through some language. The amendment that we are supporting at this point is not the one that is in the testimony, but is one that is being offered as a sponsor's amendment. We thank you for hearing our concerns, Delegate Love. We find the bill acceptable with those amendments and support the efforts to end wildlife trafficking in the state of Maryland and ask for a favorable report, favorable with amendments report. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may I jump in for one quick second?
Yes.
Thank you. My apologies, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Diane. I forgot in my testimony to mention that I had worked with Diane and the Humane Society, and we have come up with an amendment that I have put into drafting that I will submit to the committee when this bill goes to subcommittee. So thank you, Diane, for working with me on that, and the Humane Society as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. I have Ryan Fredrickson as the last on this bill.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ryan Fredrickson, Vice President of Government Affairs for the National Aquarium, and it's good to be back with you all this afternoon. Like the Maryland Zoo, we are here to request a favorable with amendment report for HB 52. We are also in full support of the sponsor's amendment, which is similar to the amendment language you'll see in our written testimony, but not exact. And I'd like to echo my thanks as well to Delegate Love for working with us on this issue. As far as the bill itself, saving wildlife and habitats is one of the National Aquarium's 3 strategic conservation goals. HB 52 aligns with that goal by prohibiting the intrastate exchange of certain parts and products of vulnerable animal species. Specifically, the bill would apply to all 6 endangered or threatened sea turtle species found within U.S. waters. For more than 30 years, the National Aquarium has responded to live stranded sea turtles and rehabilitated sick or injured sea turtles for release back into their ocean home. Illegal wildlife trafficking undercuts these efforts of the National Aquarium and other organizations across the country to protect species like sea turtles from extinction. As for the requested amendment that will be proposed by the sponsor, we want to ensure that the National Aquarium is properly classified as an educational institution under the bill. This change will allow us to continue to use legally obtained animal artifacts in our education programs, as well as exchange educational resources between other accredited zoos and aquariums. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and we respectfully urge the committee to adopt the sponsor's amendment with a favorable report. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I'm back. Good job, Dana. Jim, sorry, I'm getting my people mixed up. Do we have anybody left to testify in favor of the bill, or we?
Mr. Chairman, I believe everyone has testified. We're just getting to the 3 hands up we see now.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for taking over, Jim. Really appreciated you doing that. So we have questions from Delegates Jay Jacobs, Mary Lehman, and Jen Terraza in that order. Jay, you get the first question.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to the sponsor, I'm looking in the bill, and then my question really, I don't support animal trafficking at all, just so you know, start with, but in the bill, it talks about a person may not purchase, sell, offer for sale, possess, intent to sell any item, you know, on page 5, I guess it's 13 through 5. If say you inherit something, we had legislation years ago similar to this, and say you inherit something that you don't have really proof of what age it is or whatever. Say it's we'll call it handles on on a 6-gun, so to speak, that are ivory that you inherit, could be from the 40s. I don't know, but you inherit that because on page 4 it talks about at least 100 years old. Well, let's just say you inherit property from your family, may have been passed down a generation or two.
You mean like George Patton's sidearms?
Yeah, same principle. That's a good example, Mr. Chairman. So you had a similar pair of sidearms like George Patton, and you wanted to sell them, you inherited them. How would that fit into this legislation?
Well, 2 answers. First, you need to look at the exceptions. So depending on what your product is, if it's antique and over 100 years old and the total weight is less than 200 grams. And if it doesn't fall into that, you can keep it for sentimental values, or you better sell it before this bill goes into effect.
Well, that's sort of my question is, if you can't prove it's 100 years old, you don't have documentation and you inherit it, but you decide you want to sell it. Does that mean if this bill is passed and you inherit George Patton side guns, you would have to forfeit them? You couldn't do anything with them?
I don't think you would forfeit them. No one is taking them away from you. You can continue to pass that down as a legacy in your family. If there's sentimental value, you can donate them to a museum, because if they have historic value, that would be a great thing to do, but you would not be able to sell them if this bill were to become law.
So if you inherit them and decide to sell them, it would be illegal under this bill.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next question goes to, I believe, Delegate Lehman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so much, Delegate Love, for bringing this important bill. So I was just curious about if you could talk a little bit about how you identified those animals that the bill covers, and wondering if there were any that you left out, and if so, why?
Thank you for that. I am actually going to kick that over to Catherine.
Hi there. Thank you for that excellent question. And therein lies the problem. It's very difficult to know if something's antique, if it's newly poached, if it's been around for over 100 years without documentation. And the other problem is ivory will be sold, illegal ivory will be sold under the guise of mastodon or mammoth or carved item. So that's why we need a strong blanket prohibition on all these products with some small exemptions which mirror federal law. Most people go to an antique store. I certainly wouldn't be able to tell the difference between recently poached ivory from recently poached elephant or an antique. So that's why we're focused on this. And then in terms of other species, this covers a lot of the most imperiled species on a global scale. Elephant ivory and rhino horn are some of the items that we see the most in the US that are mostly the issue, but of course, people use sea turtle shells for pendants. Pangolins, as was mentioned, are the most highly trafficked mammal. So that's why we chose these specific items. We did not include shark because Maryland, as mentioned by someone else, was very progressive in passing a shark fin ban several years ago.
Thank you for that quick follow-up. So has there ever been any consideration with this bill or previously to a similar ban on any domestic species, or is there not a need to do that?
Delegate Love, is that okay for me to respond to? Okay.
Because we have a lot of species in the United States that are threatened or endangered and vanishing every day, but I'm just curious.
Right. So these are species that are imperiled at a global level and are disappearing very quickly. And also they're their body parts are being used for products more than other species. Elephant ivory, rhino horn, sea turtle shell, tiger bone, giraffe pillows. We saw in another state a giraffe Bible cover with giraffe skin. So these are extremely imperiled. Some of them are protected at the federal level, as mentioned, imported and exported interstate, but they're not protected within the state. The commercial sale is not prohibited with the state. So that's why we went after these. We're trying to protect these global species.
Thank you.
Okay, next Delegate Terraza, followed by Delegate Clark.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Love, for bringing this bill. I think it's so important. These are heartbreaking. So just to clarify, just kind of follow up on Delegate Jacobs' question. While you can't sell something, there's nothing that's going to stop me if I have some ivory product at home and I want to. There's nothing that keeps me from owning it.
All right, you ready for it?
Yes.
It's a 425.
Delegate Ambrey, your mic is on at the moment.
2945.
Can you mute him?
Yep, I did it manually.
Okay, so there's nothing that keeps me from owning it or gifting it or giving it to one of my children, for example. Correct. Okay, and then I guess the question is for, I don't know if it's for Kim or for somebody else, but do you think this bill protects the sentimental value of that item?
I think that it heightens the sentimental value, actually. So when we talk in terms of value, we have an economic value and we have, a sentimental value that we personally assign it. And that economic value is assigned almost culturally. And when we take something off the market because of legislation that has been passed due to a public response, it's almost like people aren't going to hold up their hand and say, look at my blood diamond anymore. And that's the equivalent that we're seeing wildlife trade products being equated to. And almost the way that lab grown diamonds now are being more socially accepted and prioritized. That's the way that we look at products that have a more ethically sourced, I guess, foundation. And so even if it does have a sentimental value to you, it almost makes it more special that it's even more rare.
Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Clark has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quickly, Delegate Love, first of all, I don't have a problem with the intent of your bill. I think that the bigger issue that I see there is when you have someone that maybe for a long period of time has legally and ethically collected and obtained items that such as that you're actually doing a taking with this. You're taking the value that they have paid for it, or maybe have collected it for whatever reason, maybe to sell off to send one of their kids to college, or for retirement and stuff like that, and you're taking a value. Is that a road we want to start to go down? Is on things by when we ban stuff that we on the backside of it, we take a value away from someone. It's just like I know with zoning and things like that in land, if you take some value away from them, you have to reimburse that person as a government for what a land taking or something like that. So I'm a little concerned about that part of it. The rest of the bill, I understand. Is there some way you think you could make a change, an amendment to the bill to not do the taking part?
Well, a couple of thoughts. I certainly hear your concern, Delegate Clerk. I think from a legal perspective, this is not a taking because a taking is defined as a seizure of private property or a substantial deprivation of the right to its free use or enjoyment. So we're not seizing the property. The only impact is the limited impact on their right to sell. People can still possess it, they can gift it, inherit it, donate it for tax credit, so they still get the value. So it's not a legal taking because there's still value in the item. And then as to your second part, that we have done this before. I mean, we have banned the sale of shark fin. We have banned the sale of military clothing. In Maryland, civilians cannot sell military clothing. We prohibit the sale of unpasteurized milk for human consumption. So we have done these things before. We have banned certain products. And last, you can't sell these things from state to state already. This is already banned under federal law. So this is a complement to federal law by banning it within Maryland.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I would have to disagree with you. I think it's a monetary taking that morally we shouldn't be going down that path. I agree with the ban and the not importing the stuff, but stuff that's already here. We'll just have to disagree.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's all,
Delegate.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate. I appreciate your thoughts.
All right. Any further questions? It appears that there are no opponents to the bill, and if there are no further questions, then that would conclude the public hearing on House Bill 52. Thank you, everybody. Let's proceed to House Bill 116, Delegate Love again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, good afternoon again. For the record, I am Delegate Sarah Love, here to present HB 116, the right to engage in equine activities. To most of you, this bill will sound very familiar, and that is because I offered it last year as an amendment to the right to hunt and fish bill that we passed last year. And I spoke with the chair and the subcommittee chair afterwards, and as a result, I'm bringing it as its own bill this year. So as you may recall, what I said last year, Maryland has a long tradition of equine activities. It's an integral part of our culture, our heritage, our land use, our economy, our recreation, our veteran support, and our Maryland pride. Hundreds of thousands of Marylanders participate in equine activities each year, whether they enjoy recreational riding, they engage in competition they are part of or enjoy watching the racing sector, or they benefit from the therapeutic riding programs. We have several horse racing facilities, including Pimlico and Laurel. We host the historic Preakness, part of the storied Triple Crown. This General Assembly has spent a lot of time and the state a lot of money on legislation supporting horse racing. Every county in Maryland is home to thousands of horses. In fact, there are more horses per square mile in Maryland than in any state in the country. Over 705,000 acres are used for equine activities, which is almost 10% of Maryland's total land area and over 25% of Maryland's agricultural land. Pastures are among the best filtering devices to protect the Chesapeake Bay from harmful runoff. The Maryland horse industry provides over $2.1 billion in economic impact. There is a $78 million tax revenue. There are close to 30,000 industry jobs, plus the other jobs supporting the industry, such as construction. So for these reasons, and as an equestrian myself, I request a favorable report on HB 116. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate. Let's go to the proponents of the bill. By the way, apparently nobody signed up in opposition, but let's first go to Jane Siegler of the Maryland Horse Council. Jane, welcome back to the committee.
Thank you very much, Chairman Barbe. It's my pleasure to be here. Yes, I represent the Maryland Horse Council, which is the statewide trade association for the horse industry in Maryland. We support this bill because it's a formal legislative recognition of the vital role played by the state's equestrians in Maryland's cultural heritage, social fabric, recreational resources, environmental and economic health. And in addition, The bill will add the weight of legislative intent when questions arise, which they often do, at the state and local level concerning land use, resource allocation for parks and trails, and things like that. Horses have been part of Maryland since before this nation was created. The Maryland Jockey Club, which was founded in 1743, is the oldest sporting organization of any type in North America. And the Preakness is older than the Kentucky Derby. As Delegate Love alluded, there are lots of horses in Maryland. Over 50% of Maryland households contain horse enthusiasts. Each year, there are 1,500 equine 4-H projects in the state, 55 high school equestrian teams, 22 pony clubs, 12 college teams. The Maryland 5-Star at Fair Hill is one of only 7 such events in the world. There are 200 equine organizations, almost 800 licensed stables, including 40 therapeutic riding programs that serve those with mental, physical, and developmental challenges, including wounded warriors and their families. On the environmental benefits, the equestrian community supports preservation and management of open space and natural resources using primarily private dollars. Delegate Love already alluded to the very large economic impact of the industry. And so we hope that this committee will recognize the importance of the equestrian industry to Maryland and give this bill a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to Joyce Bell. Joyce, welcome to the committee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh my goodness, this is so scary. I live in Talbot County. I've had horses most of my life, and my passion is trail riding. I was going to say some things that Jane Sigler just said, so I'm going to skip a little bit. The past is the past, what's very important, from plowing to transportation. All the paintings and writings in Maryland attest to the incredible things that have come from that. In today's world, Marylanders continue to enjoy horses in some of the same ways, but in addition, we now have 4-H, high school rodeo, cross-country, stadium jumping, dressage, endurance, competitive trail riding, jousting, obstacle. We've got Eastern and Western polo, cutting, team penning, ranch sorting, barrel racing, reining, horsemanship, mounted cowboy, action shooting, a very fast-growing sport, mounted games, and of course, everybody trail rides. So it's important. The economic benefit to Maryland of these activities can't be underestimated. But what I think is even neater, horses may be one of the best tools ever for fostering healthy, well-adjusted children. The perfect antidote for today's digital mania. They get the kids off the couch out into nature. And of course, that's great exercise, not just the riding, but grooming and pushing wheelbarrows, carrying buckets. Develops flexibility and coordination. With childhood obesity tripling from 1971 to 2011, this is pretty important to get the kids off the couch. Importantly, also, owning and caring for horses promotes responsibility, accountability, patience, empathy, dedication, self-discipline, and all these are key attributes to success. Finally, the statutory acknowledgement of the importance of equestrian activities can be a big help when working on multi-use trail issues that we do all the time. Thank you very much. I hope you give a favorable report to this bill.
Thank you. I still think dogs are better. Okay, Al Martinez. Mr. Martinez? You're muted, Mr. Martinez. There we go.
I just noticed that. Thank you. My name is Al Martinez. My wife and I live in the eastern side of Tuckahoe State Park. We moved to Maryland to be able to enjoy our love of horses and horseback riding. Building a house and a horse stable on land against the park to be able to trail ride was a dream fulfilled. We have since gotten to know and make many friends in the horse riding community. We all share our interests in activities and benefits of horseback riding. Becoming members of the local equestrian club has led us to support and participate in many equestrian related programs to enrich the lives of many people in our area. And equine education for young and old, equine fun activities, various equine-based competitions and celebrations, equine-related social events, scholarship programs, fundraising for cancer and various other causes are just some of the benefits of our local participation in equine activities. the many members of our club and service providers to the horse community, such as veterinary clinics and hospitals, farriers, tack shops, agricultural supply companies, to name a few, are a significant part of our local economy. Please vote to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next, let's go to Karen Fulton. Karen, welcome to the committee.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. I run and co-own Full Moon Farm LLC. We're a family-run horse farm here in beautiful Carroll County, Maryland, located on 80 acres. We're one of 700 licensed, more than 700 licensed stables in the state of Maryland. And I just want to make the point, this is racing. This is not racing, this is riding stables. There are lots of stables just like us. We're a small business. We employ over 20 people. We teach over 200 riders a week, both in group and private lessons. We board 30 horses for a variety of families. We have a huge outreach in terms of other things we do: birthday parties, library visits with our miniature horses, Boy and Girl Scouts, scout groups, summer camps, horse shows, the whole thing. We host about 10 local horse shows a year. We also do 2 nationally recognized competitions here in Maryland through the United States Eventing Association, which bring approximately 400 horses and riders to our little corner of Carroll County, Maryland, which has a fairly large economic impact. And obviously many of those people are out of state as well. Our riders that have grown up here also have done really well nationally. In the past year, we had 3 riders obtain national titles for year-end awards through the USEA. And in 2019, we trained the only American to finish the famous badminton horse trials in England. We also know her, she was our daughter. And that is, as Jane pointed out, one of only 7 5-stars in the world. Fairhill has joined that as a 7th 5-star, which we are super excited about. That drew riders from 6 countries, over 20,000 spectators, many of those from out of state. Again, talking economic impact, live streamed to over 100,000 households, which is just amazing.
If you could begin to wrap up your testimony, the committee would appreciate that.
Sure. And that obviously couldn't have been done without a lot of government support, which we appreciate and look forward to a favorable outcome to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other spoken testimony, so we will go to questions. Delegate Wells has a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the bill sponsor and those that testified. So I guess just, and I do remember vividly this conversation about the amendment last year, Delegate Love. My question, though, is really kind of more in terms of representation in the equine industry, equestrian industry. And so I didn't really hear any conversation about that, but traditionally it has been more of a wealthy and predominantly white industry. And so I'm curious about what it would look like to ensure that we would be expanding diversity and representation amongst especially urban areas, like some of the folks that represent in Baltimore City, but also more people of color, because I know that has traditionally been a big barrier and challenge for the equestrian side of sports. So
thank you. Thank you, Delegate Wells. That's a great question. And actually, I'm going to kick that over to Jane or some of the other folks who are on the panel to answer.
I'm happy to answer that. And actually, I can tell you that, Delegate Wells, that the equestrian industry generally has awakened to the issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And there are lots of exciting programs going on right now. And the Horse Council that I represent has also been working on that. So we are working hard on that issue. You are right that the industry is heavily white. However, it's much more economically diverse than people realize. I think people do tend to think of horse sports as being elitist, but actually, and Karen can probably speak to this also, there are lots of middle income and even lower income people that are involved in the sport, that are benefiting from programs to try to draw them in. And one example of why this bill could be helpful is that on the local level, Montgomery Parks, I live in Montgomery County, Montgomery Parks is considering closing Wheaton Park Stables, which is a privately run lesson and boarding operation that's contained within Wheaton Park. So it's on county land. They want to close the park and put the land over to a different use. So if this bill were to pass, we could argue that the state legislature has shown the intent to preserve horse sports in the state. And one reason why this is important is because Wheaton Park Stables is in a very dense suburban area, so it's accessible by people who can walk. It's also accessible by public transportation. So it is one valuable resource to help people who live in the more densely populated parts of the county to get the experience of horses. So that's one reason why this, or one occasion where this bill would be really useful. And there are also lots of programs. One of our, the vice president of the Horse Council, a man named Ahisa Makdan, runs a really excellent program within Baltimore City called City Ranch that brings horses into the city so that kids of all ranges, economic ranges, can get an exposure to animals also. So we are working on that problem, but I hear you that we're aware that it's a problem. And we're
actually wanted to raise something else that you, and I appreciate your feedback. And I asked that question because I think that it's important if we're going to try to have certain rights be, enshrined, that we should make sure that those rights are giving consideration for equity and inequity. I know one thing in Baltimore that has been a challenge, and we have the historic Arabers. I have always struggled to say the word correctly. Arabbers, thank you. And they historically, and even till today, they still operate a stable in the city. There have been challenges around zoning locally around that a little bit, but also they have been pivotal in delivering fresh food, fruits and vegetables to many folks in areas that don't really have access to grocery stores. And so I wonder to what extent this legislation would support strengthening the work that the Arabbers have done over 100 years, and would also help us address some of the zoning challenges at the local level, and also some of the kind of NIMBY issues that have taken place with regard to people not wanting to see horses in the streets here in Baltimore. I don't know if that's a question that can be answered, but I did want for it to be on public record that there is some value in this legislation when it comes to the work of Arabbers here in Baltimore City.
Yes, I think it could be very helpful in that regard, because again, it's really a statement of legislative intent and the support of the legislature. And yeah, absolutely, the Arabbers are a tremendous historical resource that really needs to be preserved. Plus, it's a livelihood for those people. And there are actually several Arabber stables, I think, still in operation in the city. The Maryland Horse Industry Board has begun working with them and trying to help them work through some of the issues that they're having. So yes, we are very supportive of the Arabbers and their continued existence.
All righty then. Well, it appears there are no further questions. So thank you one and all. That concludes the public hearing for House Bill 116. Let's proceed to House Bill 61. Delegate Stewart. You've got the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Vaughn Stewart, and this is House Bill 61. So we all know that many laws that we pass or that other folks pass in other states are really worth no more than the paper they're printed on if they can't be effectively enforced. And so HB 61 would allow charter counties in Maryland to effectively enforce an innovative policy that will create good jobs, lower utility bills, and reduce pollution. That policy is called Building Energy Performance Standards, or BEPS. BEPS basically sets minimum energy performance standards for large buildings and then encourages the buildings to improve their energy efficiency. And building owners can defray these costs to retrofit their buildings with the help of many different financing programs that are available. The problem is that current state law caps civil penalties at $1,000 that charter counties can impose. And so the status quo hamstrings counties who want to establish a BEPS program that is enforceable rather than toothless. So HB 61 allows charter counties to impose civil fines that amount to more than a mere slap on the wrist. And these payments are not only important for inducing compliance, but the revenue is also redirected back to the owners of the worst performing buildings who might need extra financial assistance to catch up. These BEPS policies that the bill empowers, they really have three primary benefits. First, BEPS policies create good paying union jobs. 64,000 Marylanders work in the energy efficiency sector, which is more than all Marylanders employed in every other energy sector combined. And by driving private investment into Maryland buildings, BEPS policies create more work for all sorts of skilled workers, from roofers to electricians to engineers. And this is high-paying work that must be done on site and therefore, of course, can't be outsourced. Second, BEPS policies cut utility and operating costs for residents and building owners alike. And finally, BEPS policies reduce pollution. These policies improve air quality for building inhabitants and dramatically curb carbon pollution. Buildings consume more energy than any other sector and are the top driver of greenhouse gas emissions. And so I'll just conclude by addressing a few of the opponents' concerns that you may hear about. So first, I've spoken with the builders, and they are actually no longer opponents. We have crafted a compromise amendment to exempt brand new buildings that have been built within 3 years, so that they're not beholden to this higher penalty. So I think they're good to go, and you'll hear from them later. Secondly, I've spoken with Mr. Ballantyne at NAOP, and I, of course, as always, appreciate his time and expertise. NAOP's position is that that BEPS programs generally focus too much on reducing on-site energy use when the majority of carbon emissions from buildings are actually from the energy grid itself. And so I'm hopeful that maybe we can pursue an amendment that empowers counties, whether they're focused on energy use or climate standards. Different jurisdictions across the country have focused on one or the other. But I think the important thing to remember is that in order to meet our climate commitments, the reality is that Maryland must take bold action to drive greenhouse gas reductions on both the electric grid supply side and on the side of demand for energy. Buildings waste a third of the energy they consume through inefficiencies. And so NAOP argues that requiring buildings to eliminate energy waste is an efficient allocation of capital, quote unquote. But in fact, it would be grossly inefficient allocation of capital to build all this new clean energy infrastructure while at the same time allowing large buildings, which consume huge amounts of energy, to continue to operate inefficiently. So in the name of empowering our local officials, creating good union jobs, lowering utility bills, and fostering a cleaner Maryland, I urge a favorable report on HB 61.
Okay, let's go to the proponents, and then we'll direct questions to all the proponents. We then also have 2 people signed up favorable with amendments. We'll then take them and direct questions to them, and then we'll go to the opponent. So Lori McGillivray. Lori?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Barbay and committee members, for the opportunity to speak in support of HB 61 today. I'm co-chair of the Climate Justice Wing of the Maryland Legislative Coalition, which is a statewide coalition of over 50 grassroots and professional organizations, and we strongly urge you to vote favorably for HB 61. In Maryland, many counties are moving to enact building energy performance standards. And as a resident of Montgomery County, I'm very familiar with the work that my county is doing to pass building energy performance legislation. But unfortunately, Maryland's 17 charter counties are hampered in their ability to effectively enforce these regulations because the penalty cap is low. HB 61 will fix this problem by allowing charter counties the flexibility to set higher penalties. As was mentioned, buildings emit 40% of Maryland's greenhouse gases and account for 90% of electricity use. Energy efficiency is key to reducing climate pollution and to Maryland's ability to reach its climate goals. Building energy performance standards are a foundational tool that provides a flexible pathway for building owners to reduce energy and carbon emissions. By setting performance standards, buildings will become more efficient, cost-effective, and can provide healthier cooling, heating, and hot water systems. However, these standards must be enforceable. Currently, again, as mentioned, charter counties are limited to a civil penalty of no more than $1,000 or a criminal penalty of $1,000 and 6 months imprisonment. HB 61 will enable penalties of up to $10 per square foot for owners who fail to comply with energy performance standards. The bill also requires counties to consider the assessed value of the property, so there's flexibility in the penalty amounts. We need to support counties that are working hard to reduce climate pollution and enable them to have effective enforcement tools. We're in a climate crisis and must align our policies to help local governments be part of the solution. I want to thank Delegate Stewart for bringing this bill and strongly recommend a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's next go to Dominic Butchko with MAPO. Did I pronounce your name correctly, Dominic?
Dominic Butchko.
Butchko, okay.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dominic Butchko. I'm an associate director at the Maryland Association of Counties, and I am here to request the committee find HB 61 favorable. In all honesty, there is not a lot I can add to this conversation that other people have not said already. So in the interest of time, I'm going to cut this short. Basically, if we do not do this, there is currently basically a perverse incentive where it is cheaper to break the law than it is for people to follow it. So HB 61 corrects this, and because of that, MACO urges a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Adriana Hochberg for Montgomery County Government.
Good afternoon, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the committee. My name is Adriana Hochberg, and I'm the Acting Director of the Department of Environmental Protection and the Climate Change Officer for Montgomery County, speaking on behalf of Mark Elridge, the County Executive. The County Executive strongly supports passing HB 61, enabling legislation for the enforcement of local building energy performance standards. Montgomery County has declared a climate emergency. Commercial building energy use accounts for 26% of the county's community-wide greenhouse gas emissions. Building energy performance standards, or BEPS, are a foundational policy that will directly reduce emissions from the existing built environment and get us one step closer to our county's goal of eliminating greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. BEPS will allow us eventually to cover 85% of commercial and multifamily floor area in the county. It is currently under review by the Montgomery County Council. We have enacted ambitious green building codes for new construction, and similar requirements for existing buildings are needed to achieve our climate targets. BEPS targets and accompanying resources and financing tools will help property owners succeed in reducing operating costs while also mitigating the climate impacts of their buildings. BEPS is expected to produce many benefits beyond direct greenhouse gas emission reductions, including reduced utility and operating costs for building owners and tenants, improved, more resilient, higher value building stock in the county, improved health from better indoor air quality, and increased local economic activity and green jobs related to the building upgrade market. This bill creates enabling legislation to allow us to set a realistic penalty for compliance of BEPS. Our goal is to align the cost to comply with BEPS to be the equivalent or less than the penalty, such that compliance is preferred. We hope building owners will opt to comply, benefit from the reduced utility and operating costs, and help us face the climate emergency together. Thank you.
Thank you. You know what? I'm going to take the testimony from Bob and Lori and Tom Valentine, and then we'll just open it up to questions for everybody who's testified. So next is going to be Bob Enton, followed by Lori Graff, and both of you are signed up favorable with amendments. So go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association, and also signed up today is Lori Graff, who is the president of the association. I want to thank Delegate Stewart for recognizing some of the concerns that we raised. We haven't seen the actual wording of the amendment yet, but our understanding is that basically this won't kick in for what are going to be defined as new buildings, and new buildings will be a building that's less than 3 years old. And with that change, running it by our members, they did not have a problem with the bill. Once again, hope to, see the amendment, and I'm sure it'll be fine. And it's my pleasure to testify in favor of one of Delegate Stewart's bills today. Thank you.
Oh my. Okay, Lori Graff is next.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much for taking the time today. Yes, and I would also like to thank Delegate Stewart for working with this. As most of you know, these programs are generally not geared towards new construction. They are geared towards older buildings. We already have to follow pretty aggressive building codes. We cannot get a use and occupancy permit if we haven't. So that's a penalty in itself. So we believe that this is much more geared towards the existing structures, and the way the bill was written, it was very broad. So we appreciate the amendment and support with amendment. So thank you.
Okay, let's go to Tom Ballantyne, and then we will have questions for everyone who's testified on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tom Ballantyne, Vice President for Policy at NAIOP, Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association representing about 700 companies involved in commercial, industrial, and mixed-use real estate. And I'm hopeful that we can get to support with amendment as well. We see the need for local governments to enforce building energy performance standards, but we're concerned that the square foot metric has the potential to result in disproportionate non-compliance fines, because sometimes there's very little relationship between a building's square footage and its direct greenhouse gas emissions. We're concerned that the bill will be used to enforce local requirements that are inconsistent with how state mitigation policies have assigned responsibility for emissions reductions, and plans that don't meet the performance criteria that you wrote into the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act. So this bill raises a lot of broader questions about what the General Assembly will do with the other elements of local building energy performance standards. Just to consider two examples of buildings built to the 2018 Energy Code. First is an 84,000 square foot multifamily high rise. According to the EPA Energy Star, that would generate about 71 tons of CO2 emissions per year. Fine of $10 per square foot, as proposed in the bill, would be $843,000 for non-compliance. If you measure that against other metrics, social cost of carbon, the federal committee endorsed $51 a ton for social cost of carbon. That'd be about a $3,600 fine. If you believe that social cost of carbon should be more like $125, that's a $8,900 fine. A 500,000 square foot office building generates about 63 tons of greenhouse gas emissions a year. $10 a square foot for that building, which has lower emissions than the previous building, would be $4.9 million in fines, even though it's got a lower carbon footprint. There's nothing in the local plans that requires there be a return on investment for building owners. And we believe that whatever fines are put in place, they should be proportionate and applied within the context of the available incentives and opportunities for alternative compliance pathways, offsets, renewable energy power purchase agreements, and carbon credits. The Montgomery County plan, by definition, does not recognize any offsite mitigation opportunities.
Tom, if you could wrap up your testimony.
I'll stop there. That last point I think is important.
I'll be sure to ask you a question about it then, Tom. All right, Delegate Wells and Terraza in that order, and then Delegate Boyce.
Thank you. I thought Delegate Boyce was before me. Thank you for this bill. So I'm actually really excited to hear this because I've been spending a lot of my interim looking at this from the builder's perspective. And so I guess, and I've been working also with DC, which I think is leading the country with this. And so I heard some of I understand that there's a lot more to this piece than just what is within this bill, and it's part of a broader conversation. And I think the question I have, which this may be for the bill sponsor or the proponents or it's for those that are not in favor of it, but at least from the DC program, what I've learned is that they have it where, say, for instance, you have a period of time in order for you to be able to meet these standards. So it's not like an overnight thing. 2, they've also built in elements around the fines component where it's not like a pass or fail. It's actually also aligns with how much have you reduced your carbon footprint or your emissions. And so I'm wondering if that's something that is being considered here, and want to get input from the opponents about, that is a process that we could undertake that could help provide more certainty and reduce some of this concern about $1 million fines.
Yeah, so thank you, Delegate Wells. And I think I'll probably hand it off to Ms. Hochberg if she wants to talk a little bit about how Montgomery County is set up. My understanding is it's very similar to DC's. And so this is not as simple as just saying, well, a building has X amount of emissions, and so therefore it's going to be fined Y millions of dollars. The reality is there are tons of financing programs available to help buildings comply. They have a lot of years to do this, and there are a number of other provisions to help building owners comply. The point of these BEPS programs is not to beat building owners over the head and try to expropriate them for millions of dollars. Obviously, the county governments like Montgomery's are going to work hand in glove with building owners to try to make sure that they can actually comply, and these goals are actually achievable in a way that makes sense for everyone. So thank you for that, and I'll hand it off to Ms. Hochberg for more detail.
Yes. Thank you very much, Delegate Wells, for the question. Yes, DC is certainly leading the nation when it comes to building energy performance standards. We studied their law closely, and we also pulled together a stakeholder group, including with members of the building industry that helped inform the Montgomery County version of the Building Energy Performance Standard. It is a long-term performance trajectory, so there is no overnight, requirement to meet the standard. It is people would have, a decade or more to meet these targets. And then in terms of, the fee amount and how we would be established, we anticipate that it may vary according to building type. And that it possibly would also vary in terms of how close or how far a particular building is from meeting the standard. We're not at this current point in time, because the Montgomery County bill has not passed. We are not ready to introduce what the exact bill amount or bill structure would be, but this is certainly something that we'll be looking at in the future.
Okay, let's next go to Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to clarify, this isn't setting up the standards, it's setting up the ability to enforce the standards, right?
Correct. So we're just trying to empower the counties to be able to enforce a program if they put it together. Obviously, Montgomery County right now is a county that's currently undergoing the process. My understanding is that several other counties are thinking about this. I think it's really a question of when rather than if a number of other Maryland counties will go this direction, because it's obviously pretty clearly an innovative and powerful tool to yield a whole lot of benefits. So what we're just trying to do is, before a bunch of counties start passing this, give them the ability to enforce the program. But we're not making any decisions about what the program looks like. And I think that, if folks have questions about that or concerns, I think they should be empowered to go try to talk to the county council members in the county to work that stuff out. We're just trying to basically lend this enforcement tool as state legislators over to our county counterparts so they can do their part.
Okay, and then, no, I appreciate that. That's what I thought you were talking about. And then the other question I had was, in terms of the amendment that you guys are potentially working out, you said you were talking about recently, were you talking about recently built or anything in the future built? Like all
recently built. So basically, like what I think of, what I was telling my staff, like baby buildings, basically right. toddler buildings that have been built within any period of within 3 years. The Maryland Building Industry Association, their contention is basically these brand new baby buildings, like regular babies, they're not that harmful yet. They're cute, they're adorable. They've already gotten a licensing and occupancy agreement saying that they're not going to emit a lot of bad stuff. So we're not as worried about them having to comply with these standards. We feel like they're going to be pretty good. But once they get a little bit older, then there could be difficulties in energy efficiency use. So what we're not saying is any building built after 2022, we're going to consider forever young. That's not what we're doing. What we're saying is any building in the future, if it's a baby building, has not reached the age of maturity yet of age 4, then it's exempted from the higher penalty provisions under the bill.
So for the first couple years of a building's life, or are we talking about baby buildings that exist right now?
Baby buildings that exist right now. If this county, plan goes into effect tomorrow, for example, and a building was built in November, it would have a couple more years left to be in a baby building.
Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing your baby building amendment.
Thank you very much.
Delegate Boyce.
I think I am starting to be confused, but I wanted to start with asking if this is a provision to set the foundation of a standard that then localities could hold facilities to. Is it appropriate then to say that they could set their own fee versus setting the fee here?
Yeah, that's definitely appropriate. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're basically, right now, there's a cap in state law that says they cannot charge buildings more than $1,000. That's like a really laughable, you might as well say they can't charge more than $1, which means that you might as well say they can't have a program. I mean, essentially what state law says right now is counties essentially cannot set up BETS programs. So we're raising the cap, aligning the penalty structure to what DC and other jurisdictions have so that counties can get these programs off the ground. But we're not saying exactly what their penalty has to be. Montgomery County could have a lower figure. Howard County could have a lower figure. They could decide any which way, but we're just trying to raise the minimum, raise the cap a bit so that counties can actually get a program up and running.
Okay, I'll discuss a little bit more of that later, but I wanted to ask if it was appropriate, Mr. Ballantyne, to continue his last couple of thoughts. Well, I was kind of taking notes about, because I'm curious about, he started talking about fee structure as it relates to different buildings. And so I wanted to hear a little bit more of that, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, well, I'll allow it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question, Delegate Boyce. The concern we have with the approach taken in Montgomery County is that it doesn't align with state policy on carbon mitigation in buildings. The way that state policy and the state inventory assigns responsibility is that building owners are responsible for on-site emissions from burning fossil fuels for heat, hot water, and other functions. The emissions from electricity that's used in the building are assigned to the utility sector. And you all manage that through RPS, the Renewable Portfolio Standard, and those emissions are also managed through RGGI credits for emission allowances. What Montgomery County is doing is making building owners responsible for the fossil fuel emissions on site and for the emissions at the power plant that serves their electricity needs. That's an inconsistency that we think shifts responsibility to building owners. We think the state should be imposing, or at least seeing that local governments are aligning their programs with the state policy so there isn't a patchwork of different approaches.
Okay. Thank you for that.
All right.
By order of magnitude, adding in the power plant emissions increases the emissions assigned to commercial buildings in the Montgomery County inventory by over 65%.
Delegate Fraser Hidalgo has a question.
Yes, I guess this is most appropriate to Delegate Stewart. So the $1,000 cap, so let's say someone gets fined, is that a fine once? Is it a fine per year? Is it a one-time fine? Is it, how is that, how many times is that fine issued?
Yeah, I think that's for a one singular violation would be my understanding, that basically you're capped under current law of assessing a civil penalty on a violator, or the county is capped at $1,000. So I think we may have to get an AG opinion on exactly what that means. But my understanding, and obviously Ms. Hochberg, if you want to jump in with what the county's understanding is, my understanding is that that would be a one-time deal for each violation.
Yes, that is my understanding as well, that the state law currently allows a civil penalty of up to $1,000 per occurrence of the violation.
Well, wait. When you say an occurrence, is that an occurrence? Is that an ongoing occurrence? If I own a building, and pardon me for interrupting you, Dave.
No, I was going to ask the same thing. So
yeah, if I own a building and I don't do anything in 2022 or 2023, are those all occurrences?
My understanding, I'll defer to Ms. Hochberg. My understanding is basically how this works is the county would say you need to be at a certain level of emissions by, say, 2035. And by not hitting that in 2035, that would be an occurrence, meaning that would be a violation. You would get fined $1,000 in 2035.
Dave, you have another question? Because I have some questions.
yeah, so, but you would, I mean, obviously we're not talking about 2035. We're talking about 2021, 2022, 2023, all the way up to 2035. So would it be when they don't meet a goal by 2024, then it's $1,000, and if they still don't meet that goal in 2025, it's $1,000. And I'm just a little unclear as to how the cap works, and I guess I'm unclear as to what is an occurrence.
Yeah,
defined occurrence.
Yeah, Ms. Hochberg, do you want to take that?
Sure. So if the building has a interim performance requirement to meet a certain standard, let's say it's by 2027 to hit that interim standard or to file the annual report, and it has not filled that requirement, for each day that the building does not meet the standard or does not meet the requirement, for example, the reporting requirement, the county would be limited to issuing up to $1,000 violation, and it could do so for each day that the building fails to be meeting the compliance standard. However, procedurally, it's incredibly burdensome for a jurisdiction to every single day that the building fails to meet the compliance requirements to issue multiple violations and take those to court individually.
Before, Dave, you have a follow-up or?
No, go ahead. Maybe
so let me ask Ms. Hochberg the question that's on my mind, and it is that what would stop a county government from imposing a ridiculous standard just to raise money?
Well, what we are trying to do here is to address the climate emergency that we're all facing collectively. And the Building Energy Performance Standard is a foundational policy tool in our toolbox to address the climate emergency, not only at the county level in Montgomery County, but also at the Maryland Climate Change Commission has also recommended Building Energy Performance Standards as a tool.
Okay, but you're not answering my direct question. My direct question is, if we give this authority to local governments, what would stop them from imposing unreasonable standards as a revenue raising mechanism?
So if this enabling legislation is passed at the state level, it would then be up to Montgomery County, through our regulatory process to determine what the fee amount would be. And it would be subject to, public comment, public review, and, Montgomery County residents would have the opportunity to weigh in and share their concerns around the level of the fine that would be imposed.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, I would just add, this bill still establishes a cap. We're not giving counties a blank check to put whatever fine they want. There's still a cap here that's a very reasonable level. That is what DC and a number of other jurisdictions have used as their penalty structure. So we're not saying counties can impose whatever they want. And of course, if they did that, counties are obviously free to have all sorts of bad policy to making decisions as it stands, and voters could respond by voting them out.
Well, Montgomery County just functionally banned community solar and has refused to shut down its own incinerator. So I'm not one who's likely to be lectured to by them, but I'm very concerned that we're giving a taxing authority away without any standards with respect to what the boundaries are. I mean, Mr. Ballantyne, let me ask you a question here. So are you saying that, so you're basically saying that property owners in Montgomery County might be held responsible for the amount of carbon emissions of Exelon, but the same property owner who owns a building, say in Prince George's County, might not be. Is that the concern that you're having?
Yes, that's one of the concerns for sure. The Montgomery County emissions inventory assigns the emissions from grid generated electricity to the building sector. 30% of Maryland's power comes from out of state power generating stations. 30% of it comes from the nuclear power plant at Calvert Cliffs. Those are two different emissions profiles, and they're dealt with through RPS, through other regulatory mechanisms. The other concern we have is that one of the provisions you put in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act was that implementation be efficient and cost effective, and more importantly for this point, that regulated entities have an opportunity for alternative compliance paths with carbon, with offsets, and purchase agreements. So by definition, the Montgomery County approach doesn't recognize offsite mitigation, which can be done at lower cost, driving hard to fix buildings into this really high fee structure.
In 15 minutes.
Oh, Mr. Ballantyne, let me just ask you this. Let me ask you this question. So let's say, for the sake of argument, that there is a building that's very old and very difficult to insulate, and the building owner decides to mitigate their carbon intensity by electrifying. Okay, on the rationale that as the grid gets cleaner, then their building's going to get cleaner. Are you basically saying that the impression I'm getting from your testimony is that Montgomery County's philosophy with respect to electrification is such that a building owner in Montgomery County would no longer have an incentive to electrify?
There will be incentive to electrify because the target is reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the state level. Montgomery County's program measures energy use and seeks to drive down energy use, presumably of all kinds. But that means that buildings that have no direct carbon emissions, no on-site fossil fuel consumption, are going to be subject to their regulatory approach and subject to the fines in this bill. When efficiency has a role, but the most important efficiency for us in the near term is going to be buildings that have some sort of on-site fossil fuel combustion. That'll get you the fastest reduction in emissions from buildings. And that gives time for your RPS and your other strategies to take hold.
Okay. Dave, do you have a follow-up, or should I go to Delegate Terrazza?
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Terrazza.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to go back to the occurrence issue. And I don't know if this is Miss Hatchberg or what, but isn't that daily occurrence much the same as how like a zoning violation is done every single day, the same as at least that's the way it's done in Howard County? Is that similar to the way a violation would just be a continuing violation until it's fixed?
Yes, that is my understanding. Or like, for example, a noise ordinance violation, that would be $1,000 for each day of occurrence.
Right, but a zoning violation is sort of the same kind of thing as well. And that's a daily occurrence.
Yeah, I couldn't answer with regard to violations.
I know it is in Howard County, just as a daily occurrence, but thank you.
Delegate Boyce, you had your hand up.
I did. I think Delegate Terrazza answered my question and I think it feeds off of your question about, again, the fee. And well, let me just go hypothetically in it. If I have a goal to reach by 2026, because I'm a baby teeny building, and I don't meet it, but I'm on the way of meeting it, I could still be fined. Or is the fine discretionary? In other words, if I can show that I'm working towards this goal, I think to, for instance, the chairman's point about electrification example, or it's an insulation issue and I've got, 5 floors and I'm doing 1 floor a year because that's whatever my budget can, I'm just really making this up, but I'm working towards it. What would the potential fine look like? And I think to Jen's point, and I think to Mr. Ballantyne's point, we may have some conflicting standards to then meet.
So the counties are already free to set up their program however they want. Montgomery County's program is something that that Tom Hucker is a sponsor of this bill on the Montgomery County Council. He put this in. It's been endorsed by the county executive. They've been working for multiple years with lots of stakeholders to try to implement this. And my understanding, based on what Ms. Hochberg said earlier and reading about the county's program, is that yes, you would get credit if you were close to achieving your goal or trying to do it in good faith. And that's certainly how it works in DC and Washington State. But
you wouldn't be fined.
You wouldn't be fined what? If you were trying to, in good faith, to get there, to get to the goal, you could still be fined if you were short of it, but you wouldn't necessarily be fined if you, as much as if you weren't trying. Obviously.
But you would be fined.
You would be, Ms. Hochberg, go ahead.
Yeah, the way that we envision the building energy performance standard in Montgomery County is that showing progress, interim progress towards the goal would avoid a fine. So let's say that, in an interim checkpoint a few years down the road, if you're showing that you're making progress, but you're still short, we would work with you to implement a building energy performance plan that would not entail a fine.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to drive the point to what the chairman was talking about, because if I'm working towards it and I can still be fined, although it's a little bit, I get it and I want to understand it a little more, but I also want to understand what seems to be some conflicting standards as it relates to who's following what, when, and whose standard am I following? And whose standard is the kind of presiding standard? I'm done.
Delegate Stewart very astutely threw Tom Hucker's name into the mix because he knows that I love Tom Hucker and Vaughn Stewart, even if I don't always agree with them.
You caught me, Mr. Chair. Well, you and I share some of the same frustrations about the county's climate policy. Honestly, yeah. I think you and I share eye on a lot of these issues, and I think nothing you said earlier was incorrect. But I think I think that Council President Hucker actually deserves a lot of credit for how he crafted the county's program, and I hope that other counties will look to Montgomery because I think they've done a really rigorous and thorough job of crafting this.
Okay, Delegate Foley had her hand up, and now Delegate Wells has her hand up. So we're going to Delegate Wells.
Thank you. And this is really more of a clarification of Delegate Boyce's question, because I feel like we almost got there, but I feel like then it fell off. But and maybe this is for Ms. Hochberg, but basically, just to be clear, what you're saying in terms of the fine, because I think that there's a sense that like the fining is in perpetuity, even if you're trying, but really the fine is focused on getting to that goal and also making sure that buildings are committed to a plan to get to that goal. And so if you have not met whatever certification level, that's how I really look at it from like a construction standpoint. It's really about a certification level similar to LEED certification that we currently have, but better in some cases. So if you are still working to get there and there's a plan in place, you won't be fined. Is that what, just to be clear?
Yes, that is our intent with how we are envisioning the building energy performance standard will be implemented in Montgomery County. If your intent is to meet the law, even if you're falling short in an interim check-in point, we will not be fining you for that. But we want people to be aiming towards compliance and over the years be doing the implementing the changes in their building systems that would eventually help them to meet that long-term performance trajectory.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like Delegate Foley has her hand up, so go for it, Delegate
Yes,
Foley.
thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I'm getting really confused, and I think because I just want to be clear and ask Delegate Stewart. So as I understand it, getting back to what's in this bill, it seems to me that what this bill is, all that this bill is doing is saying that instead of having a cap of $1,000, that the cap is now going to be based on gross floor area and a per square foot amount per fine. Is that correct?
Exactly. We're just changing
so
the cap.
all these other issues are not addressed by this bill, but are incorporated into the, I understand that it's about the enforcement of the local building, the energy performance standards, but really, and I understand the questions about occurrences, but really what this bill does is what I just stated. Is that correct?
Correct. We're just trying to make sure that we raise the cap so that counties can actually create a program, and however they want to create it is up to them currently and will be up to them. And I'm obviously happy to work with Mr. Valentine about how exactly that looks like, but that's correct. All we're doing is shifting the cap.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I kept getting sort of confused about what question I wanted to ask. Thank you.
That's okay. We won't start fining you until next week. Delegate Healy has her hand up.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening for a while. I wasn't going to ask questions, but I do have one that I would like to understand a little better. It sounds like this would enable different counties to have different standards and different fines across the state.
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, how do you stop that from creating an incentive for competition for new developments? Let's use your county in mind. Prince George's wants to have more development than Montgomery County. And so we're going to have lower fines and we're going to have easier standards, or we're only going to follow the state standards, where Montgomery County is going to be environmentally pure and have high standards, and everybody is going to have nice clean air there. But we want money in Prince George's County. This is not a real scenario. This is a hypothetical.
I'm following
just
so far.
made it up on the fly.
Sure.
But I would like your response to that if you could.
Sure. Well, I think if that was a real concern, then I think Mr. Enton and Ms. Graff would be singing a different tune if we thought that this was going to have some sort of catastrophic effect on a development in Montgomery County. And they realize that the reason they're singing essentially my tune is, number one, we're exempting this new construction. So I can't imagine why there would be any development differences. And number two, these BEPS programs generally in the fines, we're targeting, as Ms. Hochberg reiterated, we're targeting older buildings with really inefficient energy use. That's what all BEPS programs do. Old buildings, sometimes these buildings, the ones that are especially bad performing, my understanding, are ones that are like built in the 1970s. And all of Montgomery County, and eventually probably Prince George's, I think I've actually heard that they may be interested in instituting something as well. Eventually all counties probably, or at least all charter counties, will want to set something like this up, because they want to be able to have a real and enforceable fine to make sure that folks that have buildings in the 70s, or they were built in the 70s, that have a ton of emissions, that have terrible energy use, will at least try to get on the path to cleaner and better energy use. And then Ms. Hochberg said, we're not going to penalize folks who, and I assume all counties would be the same, they're not going to penalize people who are trying their best. But if an older building is just absolutely flouting the law, is ignoring it, is pretending like the county never even wrote the law, right now, all they can do is get a slap on the wrist. And what this bill says is we want them to be able to enforce it. But I don't anticipate any problem with new development whatsoever.
Okay, let me just turn that around again. So this would be in opposition to historic preservation of old buildings then, right?
No, the Montgomery County and every jurisdiction that has put in one of these BEPS things has exemptions for historic buildings. They often have exemptions for apartment buildings as well, because they want to make sure that Renters are not harmed by this. So those are programmatic changes that counties are already deciding and the jurisdictions across the country are deciding. But no, everyone recognizes that historic buildings should be treated differently.
Okay, and last question is, if this is $1,000 a day fine for every building that's not in compliance under current law, $1,000 a day may not, $1,000 may not seem like a lot on a multi-million-dollar, $100 million building, but if it's $1,000 a day until it's fixed, that could add up to quite a bit. And so I'm not sure how this all fits together.
Sure. Yeah.
Can you address that?
Yeah, totally great question. And I think, this raises something that David, I think Delegate Ruth was referencing too. And what to reiterate the point Ms. Hochberg made is, even if you had someone who, say, for example, you would have fined $200,000. Let's say they're a bad actor. Their building was built in 1972. It's emitting all sorts of terrible stuff. The building owner doesn't care. They're not one of Tom Ballantyne's better coalition partners, right? This person's like, I don't care what Montgomery County does. I'm not making any changes, right? And we want to fine them, let's say, $200,000. Well, it's a lot less efficient for any county to have to wait 200 days and issue 200 individual civil penalties. That's an extreme administrative burden, when the more effective way to administer the program is to say, hey, you missed your deadline. You're not even trying to improve. Here's the penalty that's in proportion to make sure that you comply.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, there appear to be no further questions, so I believe that will end the public hearing on House Bill 61. Let's go to House Bill 133, Delegate Stewart, the Safer Sealant Act.
Yeah, you're stuck with me again with Mr. Chairman, but the good news is everyone is familiar with this bill. So thank you again, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, I'm Vaughn Stewart. This is House Bill 133, the Safer Sealant Act. So last year, y'all might remember that actually a stronger version of this bill passed our committee on a bipartisan basis. And then it passed the full House with, I think, very little floor debate. The ENT Committee in the Senate slightly amended the bill to make it they watered it down a bit. And then they passed it out of the committee on sine die, but the bill did not have time to pass both the full Senate and much less to make it back over to the House before the clock struck midnight. So we are back yet again for the third straight year on this bill, unfortunately. And so this year, though, good news. The EHE vice chair, who I understand is our great chairman's one of his constituents, is actually the Senate sponsor of this bill now in the Senate side. So we're hoping for a better outcome and a more expeditious one. And so, as y'all know, we've crafted this bill over the years alongside industry experts, industry representatives. And like last year, the bill before you with the sponsor amendment that I put in really has support from all sides. We flipped the American Chemistry Council. They no longer oppose. We flipped the Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association. They're no longer opposed. And as you'll hear from Sean Campbell with Seaboard Asphalt, we've talked with him and worked with him yet again, and he's going to talk about maybe one more amendment that he has that I hope the subcommittee will consider, but he's on board with us as well. And so what the bill basically
he's signed up against.
I know. He'll explain that.
Okay.
But the bill prohibits basically the sale and application of coal tar sealants that include high levels of harmful toxins called polycyclical aromatic hydrocarbons, or PAHs. And these pavement sealants are basically
hold on, Vaughn. Somebody needs to mute themselves.
So this was a work product that
Bob, I think it's you.
Head of
Somebody, hold on, guys. Somebody needs to mute themselves.
And Pablo drafted.
Okay.
Just to kind of capture how we.
Bob Enton, can you mute yourself?
Hey, Bob. I think you need to mute yourself. Can you mute Bob Enton? There we go. All right, Vaughn.
Bob, you got on my good side with all sorts of nice words about me, and then you're sabotaging my next bill. Okay, so anyway, sorry. So basically the problem with PAHs is they pose significant health and environmental risks. So first, study after study has confirmed that PAHs cause cancer. One prominent cancer researcher once described these sealants as quote unquote big buckets of carcinogen. And what's terrifying is that this is how this stuff happens. People track bits of this sealant into their house on their shoes. And then children ingest the sealant dust, either just directly hand to mouth or indirectly by putting their mouth on things like toys. And there was one study that found that living adjacent to pavement, like a parking lot or a driveway, with one of these sealants high in PAHs increases lifetime cancer risk up to 38 times. And much of this risk occurs during childhood. So sealants also have, as we've talked about, the significant and well-documented negative effects on the environment and aquatic life. But given the harmful effects of these high pH sealants, you may be losing hope, but there's good news. Alternative products exist, and they're similarly priced, they're similarly effective, and they contain way, way fewer PAHs. Some of them contain 0 PAHs, in fact. You will hear later the same refrain from the opponents that we've heard and rejected for several straight years. First, the opponents will try to cast doubt on the health of these products, but their argument is undermined by legal settlements paid by the industry to sick workers. It's undermined by the fact that the Steelworkers Union encourages retired sealant workers to get regular cancer screenings. And it's undermined by the fact that, workers aside, we're really most concerned with childhood exposure. Second, the opponents will attempt to cast doubt on the impact of PAHs on the environment. And their position is that basically the U.S. Geological Service fabricated one of their studies about environmental impacts. And in past years, y'all may remember that the opponents have even argued that there's a massive government conspiracy against coal tar manufacturers. I highly doubt that. And as experts have repeatedly told this committee, the scientific consensus about the effects of PAHs is overwhelming. And I'm almost done, Mr. Chair. I don't know if the timing is accurate or not,
well, you passed the bill before, so
I know. I'm wrapping up. So,
okay.
Yeah, and then basically, I just want to reiterate that with the sponsor amendment, we're not banning folks from manufacturing these products within the state. So we're hoping that creates basically no negative environmental impact. And in conclusion, basically the cost of using these sealants greatly outweigh the benefits. Nearly half of all state residents are living under a ban already, but because we all travel outside of our home counties, we need to impose a statewide standard to protect all Marylanders. And in the name of protecting children from cancer, which is, as y'all know, a topic that's very personally important to me, I urge another favorable report on HB 133.
Okay, let's go to the proponents. We'll go straight to Cindy Zan. Cindy, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chairman Barvey. Hello, my name is Cindy Zan, and I'm a representative of the then CLES, then Burley Manor Middle School, now Centennial High School Safer Sealants team. So I'm going to talk about a bit of my personal journey and the team's personal journey, because there are other proponents will talk about the more technical aspects. So when I was in the 5th grade, I, along with a few other people in my science class, we're learning about the effects of pollution on river life. Our science teacher, Mr. Pellegrino, showed us a poster of the then recently passed coal tar ban in Montgomery County. We decided that since coal tar was so bad, then why hasn't it been banned in our county? And that's how the Safer Sealants team was born. So for the next 4 or 5 years, we spent a lot of time into researching on coal tar sealants and the harmful effects of it. We skipped recess. We stayed after school. I had to miss debate because of it. But it was all worth it, because 5 years, 3 schools, and 4 bill drafts later, I look back at all we have done and I think, man, we sure have learned so much from this experience. Because we talked with professionals, both in the political and scientific worlds, we made unlikely alliances, and we experienced firsthand the process from bill to law. So this bill means a lot to me personally, because I'm able to help the community of Howard County and Maryland. I'm able to support developing children and prevent them from getting lifelong cancer. I'm able to support Chesapeake aquatic life, and I'm able to support the health and environment of all Maryland citizens. And I'm also able to inspire other kids that want to advocate for their needs. So in 7th grade, the Safer Sealants team presented to a bunch of Howard County teachers and educators about our advocacy journey and how to get students to advocate for their needs and wants.
If you could wrap up your testimony, the committee would appreciate it.
Okay.
Since we passed the bill twice already.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next person, Matt Pearson. Matt?
Yeah, good afternoon or good evening.
committee members. My name is Matt Peterson with the Baltimore Jewish Council. Just want to offer our strong support of HB 133. We represent the Pearlstone Center, and they do a lot of wonderful work on sustainability and environmental advocacy and education. So to that end, we're offering our support. We've been, we know the dangers of lead and asbestos. I don't think if people were spraying those things on their driveways, we would be too happy about it. I think this is similarly toxic and has no need to be around humans or any other type of living creature. So to that end, I support HB 133, ask for a favorable report, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Melanie Ritter. Melanie?
I think she signed up in case I couldn't come, but I could come, so she's not presenting.
Okay, fair enough. Emily Ranson, welcome back to the committee.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here in support of House Bill 133. We appreciate all of the work that the committee has done on the bill in previous years and hope that you guys will find yourselves in a similar posture. So we're here urging a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, well done with that. Thank you very much. Tom Ennis, Coal Tar Free America.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, all right. Yes, Tom Ennis, Coal Tar Free America. I'm a professional engineer, lead accredited professional, by the way, and I've been working on coal tar issues since 2005. My day job, I actually work for the city of Austin, but I'm not representing them here in my testimony. So I've helped over 100 communities pass bans. So I've heard all the questions, all the points many times before. I'll just give you an update on what's happening since we last met. State of New York passed a statewide ban, signed into law in November. I'm doing some research with the National Mag Lab in University of Tallahassee in Florida that shows that they have using test bacteria, 90% die off of test bacteria in 15 minutes when exposed to coal tar sealants. So if I'll entertain questions, but that's kind of where we're at. There's bans continue to happen from coast to coast. Negative effects on humans continue to happen. I get a lot of calls about that too. So I urge your passage, please.
Okay, I think that is all of the proponents who wish to testify. So let's go to questions. First one goes to Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Delegate Stewart. In your opening remarks about this bill, you mentioned that there are alternative products. Could you talk more about the viability of those alternative products?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. I know you were not here in previous years. And I think we also have some visitors from ECM who may not be familiar with this stuff either. But basically, there's two fundamental types of these sealant products. Some include coal tar and are high in PAHs. Some are asphalt-based products that contain little to no PAHs. And basically, these asphalt products they cost us the same and are about as effective. But you don't have to take my word for it. So let me pull up this. So a Seal Master industry expert on pavemanpro.com, I can send the link out, compared the two types of sealants in depth and concluded that basically there are pros and cons to each, but that many in the industry consider asphalt-based sealants as better performing. There's a guy named Matthew Meyer, the owner of Enviro Sealers, and he said that, quote unquote, his experience is the durability, the quality, and the overall look of asphalt sealants are comparable to the high PAH products. There's a guy named Jay Pulaski, who's the president of the Wisconsin and Minnesota-based Seal Master franchise. He testified before the Wisconsin legislature that their asphalt-based sealants, quote unquote, will perform better and have advantages over any sealer. Our top selling products are asphalt-based sealers, and our asphalt-based sealers have been the product of choice for more than a decade. And then the last example I'll give you is a guy named Nick Kelso, who is the owner of a Minnesota-based company called Jet Black International. he once said to a newspaper that all of his franchises in 13 states are moving toward asphalt-based sealants because, quote unquote, they cost about the same and contain much lower levels of worrisome chemicals. So you do not have to take my word for it. Leading industry experts are all agree that the products are comparable, and so why not go with the one that's not going to give cancer to children?
Thank you.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Ruth.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Delegate Stewart, one of the opponents' testimony mentioned the U.S. the fact sheet that they uploaded mentioned the Geological Survey study, questioning its legitimacy and mentioning that it's not peer reviewed. You mentioned that in your testimony, but I wondered if you had an expert who could speak on that.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think I'll send that one over to Tom if I could to speak more about sort of what the studies say here and the whole nature of the peer review process.
Sure. At the city of Austin in 2005, our city council said, we're not going to pass any legislation against coal tar sealants until we have peer-reviewed scientific studies done. So those go all the way back to 2005. There's been dozens of these research that comes to pretty much the same conclusion. Anybody who's paid for by industry, they might find a different conclusion, but independent research comes to the same conclusion. This is a problem in many different sectors. Specifically to the study, the argument's really about draft copies of analysis and trying to determine how much seal coat is contributing to a PAH load in a broad watershed basis. And in some respects, that's a straw man argument because, as we've talked about, the exposure is really to a child on a parking lot. We can talk theoretically, and water quality professionals like myself can debate whether it's more or less or whatever, but the real heart of the matter is what's happening on the parking lot, what's happening in homes, and what's happening in human beings. So that's how I would answer your question. It's been a 10-year back and forth legal battle, but typically draft information is not necessarily foiable, but that's the argument that continues to go back. And I think it goes back to looking for another conspiracy that somehow there's a smoking gun in these draft documents that the USGS may not even have.
So I'm sorry, I appreciate your very, very detailed response,
Sorry.
but I think it assumes more knowledge of the scientific process than I have. Could you break it down?
Sure, sorry.
That's okay.
So when you want to publish a piece of research, and what researchers do, they do their research and then they'll target publications and in order to have it published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, it goes through a peer review process. So these
Let me interrupt you. I don't want an explanation of what peer review is.
Okay.
Is there peer-reviewed evidence that this is harmful?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. The only reason I cut you off there is it's 4:45 and we have two more bills. So yeah, no. Delegate Terraza has a question.
My question was for Ms. Zann, but I think she might have dropped off. I don't see her. Is she still here?
She's still here.
Yeah, she's there.
I'm still here.
Yeah, my question was whether you were part of the group that helped pass this in Howard County.
I am.
You are. Well, I just wanted to thank you for doing that. I was on the Howard County Council when we did that, and I appreciate your help in it. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Delegate Stewart, I want to be clear about what I heard you say, that you would be banning the use in the state, but we would not be banning the sale of it, or excuse me, the manufacturing of it. So it could be manufactured here and shipped somewhere else, but it could be manufactured here and potentially not allowed to be used.
That's exactly right, and I appreciate you giving me the clarity to explain that. That's a sponsor amendment after chatting again with Sean Campbell, which is part of the reason why he's going to be more supportive than his opposition testimony designation may give you the indication of. But yeah, basically I've submitted a sponsor amendment. We've had it drafted to take out this manufacturing element. And this aligns the bill with a lot of other states. Basically, you prohibit the application, you prohibit the sale. But if someone like Sean wants to manufacture it in the state of Maryland and ship it out to Pennsylvania or whatever, then, you know, I don't love that. My preferred outcome would probably be something else. But in order to, you know, reach more of a compromise, in order to get this bill through both the House and the Senate, that's one of the compromises I've made to have a consensus product.
And do we know how potentially how much is sold in state versus, and I guess compared to how much is manufactured?
Yeah, I mean, and Sean can probably go into more detail himself. He's sort of like, he's one of the Maryland-based manufacturers, but yeah, they do a lot of business out of state. They do a lot of business.
Do you mean Steve Campbell?
Sean, well, I think he's put in as Steve, but I think maybe one of them is his middle name. He can maybe explain the naming.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, this essentially the point, Delegate Voice, is that these folks a lot of these manufacturers do a lot of business out of state. And so if you ban the manufacturer, they're saying they're going to go out of business, and that's going to cost jobs. So we can at least keep Maryland safe of applying this stuff here in state, keep children cancer free, and these businesses continue doing their thing. But I think it's important to also point out that, you know, Ace Hardware and Lowe's and all these companies, they stopped selling this coal tar stuff like a decade ago, right? So this stuff is already going by the wayside.
Okay, and then my final question is that, so this has been, to the previous couple of questions, this has been peer reviewed, and if so, where is the peer review?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there have probably been 30 or 40 studies about the various harmful effects of PAHs and sealants. I'm happy to give you a whole bibliography that we put together over the course of several years. The opponents are pointing to one specific USGS study that they're saying is not peer reviewed. It has been peer reviewed, but of course, that's just one study among dozens and dozens. I mean, there's an overwhelming scientific consensus, which is why jurisdiction after jurisdiction after jurisdiction is getting rid of this stuff.
No, I understand the concern. I mean, there's a lot of information out there, and, you know, we can eat it all, but we got to make sure that, you know, we're all getting the right information. But thank you so much about the manufacturing.
Totally. Thank you.
Okay, the Vice Chair has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate, just a quick question. Just to confirm, you've said that this bill is very similar to the one we passed last year, but not identical. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And the big difference, and I think that Mr. Campbell will talk more about this himself, and this honestly, Mr. Vice Chair, is something that our subcommittee will grapple with, is that last year we passed a bill to ban high PAH sealants, regardless of whether or not they have coal tar or not. And I think Mr. Campbell makes a persuasive argument that not all coal tar sealants are super, super high in coal tar, and not all high PAH sealants have coal tar, and that's why we went with that approach. However, the Senate didn't like that, and so I've put in a bill that resembles the Senate version, not because I love it, and certainly Mr. Campbell, as he'll tell you, doesn't love it. He's going to prefer the version that we passed out of the House last year. But this is just a classic legislative example of the perfect being the enemy of the good, and I think that our subcommittee will have a hard discussion ahead of it about whether we stick with the House bill from last year or whether we demur to the Senate.
Okay, thank you.
And Delegate Wieman has a question.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be quick. Thank you, Delegate Stewart, for bringing back this bill. I really thought it had become law last year. Like Delegate Terraza, I worked on this at the county level and got the ban passed in Prince George's. So it's what's good for Prince George's, Montgomery, and Howard is good for the state, I believe. My clarification question is, are you saying you're doing away with the ban on the manufacturing of these products is new this year? You did not do that last year? Is that true?
It wasn't.
So it actually is not new. The last year's version didn't have that in there either way. It was honestly a bit of a Scrivener's error that Mr. Campbell caught. And so we had to put a sponsor amendment in just to kind of realign the bill from last year. It was never our intent in any year to try to put manufacturers out of business.
Oh, okay. So I misunderstood that. I did think it was going to ban the manufacturer. So really quickly, as related to jobs, then I would assume that would take away most of the argument that an opponent might have about you're going to, with this ban, you're going to kill jobs and there's going to be this economic loss. Is that right?
Absolutely. And Tom has taken his camera off and he probably would have more to say, but in the interest of time, I'll just say that, there are all these different jurisdictions that have put these bans in place. And if anything, a lot of industry groups have thrived and a lot of new jobs have been created. This is not a business nationwide that's withering on the vine. And this bill is not going to cause, vast economic devastation.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that concludes the proponents. Let's go to the opponents. And they're signed up as opponents. So let's start with Steve Campbell, followed by Josh White. Steve, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, it's Sean Campbell.
Oh, okay.
And I'm with Seaboard Asphalt. We're a manufacturer in Baltimore City now for a little over 90 years. Our employees are part of the United Steelworker Union, and we do have support for our opposition position by Jim Strong with the United Steelworkers, which he said he was more than happy to follow up with. Our opposition to this bill as written, first of all, that just being limited to a prohibition on coal tar, that what it does is it leaves it open a variety of other products besides coal tar material, which are significantly higher in PAH content. So what our feeling is that what this bill does is that the intent was to try to reduce the PAH exposure to the environment. And in effect, what it's doing is this would direct manufacturers to use the LP or petroleum resin material, which in effect would double the PAH exposure to the environment. So really, as written, it kind of does the opposite of what the real intention of, what we thought this kind of legislation was. And then included in it is a section which prohibits the manufacturing and sale of coal tar sealer in Maryland. So in effect, we have a lot of distributors who buy 5-gallon buckets like you see at the home stores that are located in Maryland and may distribute it overseas or in other states. And that would give an advantage to companies who were outside of Maryland that could sell to these different distributors here in the state and in other states, which really would be detrimental to our business. And then the last item we had was that the labeling requirements, there are certain federal guidelines as far as labeling requirements.
If you could begin to wrap this up, the committee would appreciate it.
Sure. So we're open to an idea with amendments put into it, but really this bill almost would have to be completely amended to be something where we could be favorable with.
Okay, fair enough. Josh White.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Josh White from Perry White Ross Jacobson on behalf of the Pavement Coatings Technology Council. We ask that you consider 3 key points. The first thing is this committee hears a lot about PAHs over the years, and there's little argument that that's a concern. However, PAHs proliferate from dozens of natural and artificial sources, and in comparison, pavement coatings just are not a significant source of PAH. And we've heard over the years, again and again and again, from almost everybody who's testified in favor of this bill, they have used the basis of the U.S. Geological Survey as the reason and the motivation for doing this. But that foundation of this bill, and really the foundation of all anti-coal tar product legislation, has, as you've heard, has never been peer-reviewed in that study. And it took a 10-year lawsuit to have them turn over their findings. So just now that is being used, and it's significant because that is the study that's saying that it's the main problem. I know I've heard them say that they have lots of other studies, but they don't use them. Every year it's been the same thing. Again, you've heard a lot about health and safety concerns, but in this state, we went through the last 25 years of workers' compensation claims, and not one is turned up from manufacturers, distributors, and applicators in the state. And that's a fact. And the problem is that they talk about all the time about there's lots of chemicals that are used by workers all over this state. that are not being banned today because they are properly and used by the committee, by the workers. So thank you very much, and we hope that you give this fair consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Tom Decker, welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon, members of the Environmental and Transportation Committee. I'm Tom Decker. I own Sealmaster Delmarva in Cockeysville, Maryland. I employ 22 people with good paying jobs and benefits. We have been in business for over 25 years, and over that time, we have manufactured millions of gallons of coal tar pavement sealer. In that time, we have never been cited for health, safety, or environmental violations. Likewise, hundreds of pavement sealer contractors have operated in the state of Maryland. After working on countless parking lots and driveways, the industry maintains an excellent reputation for health, safety, and environmental stewardship. Unlike other products that have been banned in the state of Maryland, the Maryland coal tar pavement sealer industry has never been sued for health or safety. More remarkably, going back over my records for 20 years of workers' compensation reports, the industry has never had a workers' comp claim due to exposure to coal tar pavement sealer. Despite our excellent health, safety, and environmental record in the state of Maryland, the Maryland coal tar industry is fighting for our survival. All the state and local bans are a misunderstanding of coal tar sealant's insignificance as a source of PAHs in the environment. There is no evidence that existing coal tar bans have made any difference in the levels of PAHs in the state of Maryland. We believe your intentions are sincere, but HB 133 will be an insignificant environmental law that will eliminate jobs for Maryland workers and increase costs to property owners. A parking lot can be seal coated 7 times before you reach the cost of repaving that same parking lot. And the problem is banning coal tar, that the public doesn't know the difference between coal tar or asphalt-based sealers. So any publication of a ban is just going to greatly reduce all seal coating and asphalt maintenance in the state and really hurt our business and Sean's business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's next go to Brian Riggs. Mr. Riggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Environmental and Transportation Committee. My name is Brian Riggs. I'm the Executive Director of the Pavement Coatings Technology Council. And on behalf of PCTC, we oppose HB 133. Just a little bit of background information on our organization. We are not just a trade association. In fact, we are a council that promotes the effective and efficient management of environmental research on pavement coatings and promotion of these data for use in environmental assessments by regulatory bodies. We also promote the development of guidelines and information related to the proper use of pavement coatings as needed. We make ourselves available to this group and many other science and community-oriented authorities to work together in the understanding and science, and most importantly, the environmental impact of our work. I also want to stress the importance of basing this decision on former or current scientific methods that do not include industry representation. We must look no further than PCTC versus USGS for the importance of adhering to a collaborative and fully transparent approach to arriving at such a decision. And finally, the importance and understanding of what's at stake here. We heard from Mr. Decker and others about the employment of workers within the state of Maryland, but many lives will be affected by this, an impact that cannot be reversed, and will severely damage local economies and families at a very volatile and delicate time in our nation's history. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And finally, Anne LaHoure with the—
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me, and members of the committee?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So I have over 30 years experience as a PhD geochemist with a focus on environmental science and risk assessment. And I speak to you today to oppose HB 133 as the science advisor to PCTC, who Brian Riggs was just speaking on behalf of. In the 10 or so years since similar bans of refined coal tar-based pavement sealants began to be proposed in Maryland by counties and by the state, The science that demonstrates the de minimis human health or environmental risks associated with exposure to the sealants has only gotten stronger. There is not a consensus that there is a problem. In fact, the consensus of those who understand pH science is on the other side of the issue. In March 2021, the US EPA finalized its most recent review of the relevant science, and as it has done in the past, once again declined to place any restrictions on the use of coal tar-based or high pH sealants. So to summarize, the science does not support banning these products, and I'm happy to address any of your questions. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. It appears the sponsor has a question.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman. I know that we're getting short on time. So first of all, Mr. Campbell, I just wanted to confirm that as long as we put the bill back in the same condition it was last year by doing high PAH instead of coal tar sealants, and by getting rid of the manufacturing, which we've already done with the sponsor amendment, and getting rid of the labeling, which we've already done with the sponsor amendment, you're okay with the bill as you were last year. I just wanted to confirm.
As far as that bill from last year, I have to review all the amendments that you're discussing. But yes, that would be in a direction where we would be able to be favorable for the bill.
Thank you. Okay, cool. I just wanted to confirm that, ahead of the subcommittee discussions, just to confirm. And then, Mr. White, you mentioned that we've been relying on this USGS study as sort of our linchpin. Have you had a chance to review my testimony either from last year or this year?
Well, sir, well, for the last few years, it's clear to me that just about everybody who has testified on this bill.
Well, no, I know, but have you had a chance to look at my written testimony?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
The bill is in our committee.
What?
The bill is in our committee. Is that not correct? That we're discussing today?
Yeah, but hold on.
And
if you Delegate Otto, if you want to ask a question, I'll recognize you after Delegate Stewart.
all right.
Yep. Yeah.
To your point, Delegate Stewart, yes, we have gone through all of your testimony for sure, and you have cited other studies, but it is clear over the last couple of years, and it's a fact that just about every bill that we have encountered over the last couple of years in this state and others, they have used the U.S. Geological Survey as the basis and the foundation for their legislation.
Yeah, and I would just say, if you look at my testimony from this year, last year, or the year previous, I've never cited the study. In fact, I have 12 other sites. I have extremely lengthy footnotes, as everyone can look at my written testimony. And just to take footnote 2, there's a study that was published in the Environmental Science and Technology Journal. One of the authors I've actually spoken to personally, and it's entitled "Cancer Risk from Incidental Ingestion Exposure to PAHs Associated with Coal Tar Seal Products." That study was thoroughly peer-reviewed. No one has ever tried to dispute it. And that's the one that I cited to have 38 times more cancer lifetime risk. Are you, Mr. White, are you saying that is not peer-reviewed, or that we should somehow throw that one out?
Delegate Stewart, I think Anne Lorraine is very proficient in these issues, and I think she can answer this question much better than I can.
Sure.
With your permission, yeah, that study, which we're very familiar with, and it certainly has been thoroughly post-publication peer-reviewed and debunked. They not only were the people there not experts in PAH risk assessment, but they also used, in the 1990s, there were studies of PAHs that were conducted at NCTR, the National Cancer Research Center.
Hold on, Ms. Lorraine.
Yes.
Delegate Stewart was asking you a very specific question about a very specific study that he was referring to. Is that study peer-reviewed?
It was peer-reviewed, and it has been post-publication peer-reviewed. Peer-reviewed has its ups and its downs. It's good parts and its bad parts.
Who debunked it?
Hold on. You know what? Look, we're not going to debate in this whole committee.
Agree. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I'm not trying to admonish you or anything. Delegate Stewart, let's sort out this issue in the subcommittee. I think that's because there's clearly a disagreement, but I'm sure the members of the subcommittee can look at both arguments and come to a conclusion of their own.
Totally fair. I agree. Thank you.
Okay. Delegate Otto, did you have a question? Nope. Okay. Well, I think we're done with this bill then. Thanks to everyone involved. This will go into subcommittee and we'll hash it out. I was wrong about one thing. We don't have 2 more bills. We have 3 more bills. So let's go to House Bill 131, Delegate Lehman, synthetic turf and turf infill, chain of custody. A repeat from last year, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. And I thank you. If I can get started.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
You got 4
absolutely.
minutes.
Yes, and I know it's been a long day. So Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein and colleagues, I am here back with synthetic turf and turf infill chain of custody legislation. This is House Bill 131. And for the record, I am Delegate Mary Lehman. And so good evening. I am urging your favorable report on House Bill 131, creating transparency and what I think is a very simple reporting system for artificial turf fields from the time they are installed to their disposal. So members have a copy of my written testimony. So I'm going to speak candidly and from the heart about my 4-year effort to track turf and how we got to this bill before you today. First, I want to acknowledge the ongoing efforts of a great group of advocates who you will be hearing from. And for the first time this year, I think this is very exciting. We're going to hear about roughly how many synthetic turf fields we believe exist in the state of Maryland. And that is thanks to Martha Ainsworth and a whole group of volunteers who documented more than 300 of these fields statewide. The information, I want to emphasize, was not easy for them to obtain. And it does not give an entirely complete picture of turf fields in the state of Maryland, but it does shed a lot of light, I think, on what is kind of a shadowy issue. So there's detailed written testimony that you can find about those fields and the tables that summarize where they are and who owns them. So quickly, by way of background, this, as I said, is my 4th year working on artificial turf disposal, and the bill has evolved significantly since 2019. It began more as a prescriptive solid waste disposal idea. It morphed into a product stewardship proposal, and then last year, it was simplified to a chain of custody bill. So I want to pause here and emphasize that the synthetic turf industry itself urges its members to maintain its own chain of custody records. But today, the Synthetic Turf Council will reverse its 2021 decision where they dropped their opposition to the bill, not because this bill has changed, it has not, but because their leadership has changed. So the group's longtime executive director has left and been replaced by a staff member who has actually been with the council for more than a decade. I only point that out because the issue is clearly not new to her or any of the Synthetic Turf Council's leadership. They have thanked me for the changes that I made to the 2021 bill when it was still pending before this committee. That's what led them to drop their opposition. But now they say they do not believe the industry should be an actual reporter of where their own product is installed or where it goes when it's relocated for continued use, for repurposing, recycling, or final disposal. So what I negotiated last year in good faith with the turf industry and what its leadership embraced were 2 things. First, I increased the square footage of fields that would be affected by the law from 5,000 square feet to 15,000 square feet. And secondly, I simplified the penalty that gave the Attorney General authority to determine penalties for repeat offenders. And I made the penalties, first, a written warning for failure to report, second, a $500 fine per field for failure to report, and third, a $1,000 fine for all subsequent offenses. And again, that's per field. So you can imagine my surprise when the Synthetic Turf Council informed me that it would be opposing the bill this year. Now, I want to believe that turf producers and manufacturers want to do the right thing and be good stewards of the environment, be transparent and accountable, as they say, but they are insisting that only the turf users or the purchasers, the school systems, the recreation departments, and so on, should be the reporters. The bill actually requires that both users and producers/manufacturers inform the Maryland Department of Environment about where these fields have been installed and then where they get moved when they are moved. So I think there's a lot of reason to support this bill. This is not a new approach. It is modeled after extended producer responsibility laws that we have discussed many times in this committee. There are similar laws all over this country for products ranging from carpeting to paint to batteries to car parts, light bulbs, and much, much more. And so in wrapping up, I just want to point out the chain of custody approach is to what is a significant solid waste challenge, I believe is reasonable. It is one that is important for creating transparency around synthetic turf and turf infill disposal. And Mr. Chairman, I really believe that a chain of custody approach is workable for both synthetic turf fields, for the owners and the producers. It represents a significant step.
You may have run over your 4
Oh, I'm
minutes
sorry.
there.
I'm not looking at the clock. So I'll wrap up by saying I urge a favorable report of House Bill 131, and I thank you.
Okay, let's go to Bill Tyler. Bill, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for this opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Bill Tyler, Director of Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, MNCPPC, Department of Parks and Recreation in Prince George's County. On behalf of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, Department of Parks and Recreation, Prince George's County, and my colleague, Mike Riley, Director of Montgomery Parks, we strongly support HB 131. The chain of custody for synthetic turf fields is a great opportunity for transparency and accountability for producers, contractors, installers, and owners for the disposal and reuse of synthetic turf components. Good stewardship does not mean banning synthetic turf. This bill is about stewardship and more transparency. The Commission sees a role for synthetic turf, and we see common ground that disposal or reuse should be tracked and publicly disclosed. Our mission is to be a great steward of our natural resources, and we believe this is an important step to help protect the environment. Thank you to the sponsor, Delegate Wieman, for inviting our leaders to the conversation. Both departments, Montgomery and Prince George's, fully support Bill HB 131 and urge a favorable support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's turn now to Martha Ainsworth with the Sierra Club. Martha.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Barve and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth. I'm chair of the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste Team, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 70,000 members and supporters of the Maryland Sierra Club. We strongly support HB 131. This bill addresses a serious waste problem posed by the lack of transparency and accountability for disposal of synthetic turf and turf infill. Since last session, Sierra Club volunteers have conducted an inventory of synthetic turf fields in Maryland to estimate their waste and understand how difficult they are to track. We found that there are at least 347 synthetic turf playing fields in 18 counties and Baltimore. We were able to estimate the size of 328 of them, and using the characteristics of the average 80,000 square foot playing field cited by the Synthetic Turf Council, we calculated their weight and their volume. In total, it amounts to more than 67,000 tons of plastic carpeted infill, nearly 123,000 cubic yards of infill, which is the equivalent to more than 4,000 30-yard dumpsters, and 24 million square feet of plastic carpet. That's 557 acres, or the equivalent of a circle that's 1.1 miles across. Now, this is the projection of the waste that will be generated when these fields are replaced over the next decade. Our inventory has missed some fields, and we weren't able to document the fate of those that have been removed, whether they were reused, repurposed, stockpiled, landfilled, or dumped, and more are being approved every day. The complete results of the inventory are attached to a written testimony. The Synthetic Turf Council's guidelines recommend a chain of custody for turf and infill, but accountability for proper disposal requires that it happen and that it be publicly disclosed. HB 131 will document the fate of the waste and serve as a deterrent for dumping. The Sierra Club requests a favorable report, and I would be glad to answer any questions about the inventory. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely. Next, we have testifying together for 2 minutes, Lila Grenier and Cynthia Jacobson. Lila and Cynthia.
Hello, we are Layla Grenier and Cynthia Jacobson, and we are testifying as high school seniors and as residents of Montgomery County. We are speaking in support of HB 131, and as interns, we have conducted primary research on the chain of custody issue in the summer of 2021 for the Safe Healthy Playing Fields Incorporated, a 501c3.
The Synthetic Turf Council and individual firms have long claimed to be good stewards with repurposing, reusing, and recycling. This is not what we found, but we urge them to embrace this opportunity to demonstrate their responsibility toward communities and the environment.
We spent many hours last summer collecting the exact information that is called for in HB 131. We found that it is impossible to track field materials unless there is explicit cooperation from the field owners and producers. This bill would be constructive as it requires field owners to take responsibility for the disposal of what we calculate to be about 800,000 pounds of pulverized tire crumb and 100,000 pounds of plastic carpet per average 80,000 square foot field.
This is important because we know from field maintenance personnel that fields lose 20,000 to 100,000 pounds of synthetic materials into the local environment and stormwater system per year. These field owners are not currently held responsible for the disposal process, and this leaves those in the community to clean their mess. Frankly, it is our generation that will have to deal with the consequences.
It is critical to recognize the scale of this issue. We argue that if a producer sells a synthetic field with an enormous amount of loose and unencapsulated synthetic material, that they should absolutely be held responsible for the disposal of that product. As of now, they are not.
The goal of this bill is not to infringe on the producers, companies, or field owners, but rather to apply a standard of responsibility and transparency in their disposal methods, which impact local communities. This bill is asking for the bare minimum. We simply want to know where the material goes.
It is our generation that must clean up the mess caused by the decisions being made now.
At least give us a fighting chance to know where to begin. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee is a big fan of students testifying. You were very concise and effective. Next, let's turn to Amanda Farber. Amanda. Okay, well, we'll skip over Amanda for right now and go to Diana Conway. I did see her on the Zoom.
Hi, yes, I am here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Barbe, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the committee. My name is Diana Conway. I first want to give a huge shout out to Cynthia Jacobson and Layla Grenier, who did tremendous work for us and found out firsthand what it's like to call and not get answers. It doesn't mean you did the job wrong. It means the answer is you're not getting an answer. My name is Diana Conway. I'm here on behalf of the Montgomery County Women's Democratic Club, hundreds of politically active women and men, including many elected officials. WDC is in full support of this bill to require a chain of custody for synthetic turf fields and infill in Maryland. The bill applies a time-tested model, chain of custody, for an increasingly urgent problem, namely the responsible management of the materials in these fields. The sole requirement of the bill is for the producer of a plastic field, as defined in the bill, to alert MDE whenever the field is moved. MDE then posts the information. That's it. Nothing more is required unless the field is moved again, at which point it's the same reporting and posting. There's nothing new or remarkable about legislation to protect public health and safety and the environment. There's nothing new or remarkable about a reporting requirement on a product that presents known risks if improperly managed. This bill is about transparency. It is not punitive in intent or effect to any responsible producers. In fact, it allows those responsible producers to leverage their good standing and adherence with their buyers at a time when best practices are increasingly valued. It's the best kind of virtue signaling. Good corporate best practices to protect environmental and public health, that's an affirmative, positive net benefit to those who comply. 3 easy reasons why this is something that's part of your duty to protect public health and safety in our environment. First is toxicity, heavy metals, carcinogens, endocrine disruptors, PFAS, and PAHs, which you just heard a lot about. Those are only the ones we've been able to identify because there is no disclosure. Second, microplastics. Each field is 2 acres of plastic carpet, 800 million plastic blades.
Diana, if you could start to wrap up, the committee would
tires.
appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. 1966 was the first field. That's 55 years. Where are all those fields? We don't know. We'd like to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go next to Laura Stewart. Laura?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Barbie and members of Environment and Transportation Committee. Thank you for this hearing. My name is Laura Stewart. I am a board member of Safe Healthy Playing Fields. The written testimony was provided by Amanda Farber. I'm delivering the oral testimony. We are a 501c3 all volunteer nonprofit founded in Montgomery County a dozen years ago. And we now partner with advocates in hundreds of communities around the country to equip them with facts and science on the concerns raised by synthetic turf fields. And we strongly support this bill because it addresses concerns with disposal of these plastic fields, both the volume of material and especially the type of material in them. That's where this bill comes in. It simply requires the producers of synthetic turf fields and turf infill as defined to do one thing: supply MDE with an update whenever a field is moved. They are to report where it was, where it went, and who's the new contact. That's all the bill requires. It exempts small fields and backyard uses. It doesn't require permits or pre-approval or interfere with private contracts. This bill is about transparency and best practices, and neither is punitive. And here's why it matters. We know any plastic field has to be replaced, if only for player safety. We know that between the number of fields and the sheer volume of plastic carpet, shot pad, and infill, this is a massive amount of material. Why shouldn't we expect it to be managed responsibly? The industry acknowledges the amount of material is enormous, and the plastic turf has not always been disposed of responsibly. This bill is an easy fix. It requires just reporting of the chain of custody. Good actors have nothing to fear and everything to gain. A written testimony cites the industry's own words about responsible stewardship, side by side with powerful reporting on the realities of how a field just goes away. I think we deserve to know, and the next and future generations deserve to know where it's going. So on behalf of Safe Healthy Playing Fields Incorporated, I ask you for a favorable vote on HB 131. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you through the session. Thanks.
Thank you. Laura, just to confirm, so Amanda Farber is not testifying?
Yes, she unfortunately could not make it this afternoon.
Okay.
She submitted written testimony, and so I supported with oral. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. Steve Miller is signed up favorable with amendments. So let's take Steve and then we'll go to questions for the proponents. Steve?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for having me today. My name is Steve Miller. I'm the current president of MACPRA. We are the Association of Recreation and Parks for all 23 counties in Baltimore City. I'm a colleague of Mr. Tyler, who you heard from earlier. MACPRA does support the bill with amendments. I think the MACPRA as a whole generally supports the intent that's been expressed here of a tracking system and accountability. But some of our members do have some questions and possible concerns as to how some of the language might be applied, particularly with maintenance as opposed to installation and removal. One of the things with turf fields, similar to going to the beach, when you participate, some of it's going to go home with you. Some of the material does migrate. And as part of regular upkeep of turf fields, sometimes you have to move the material around. Sometimes you have to add periodically material to fields, particularly in high traffic areas, to keep things smooth and safe for participants. And from the way some of our members are reading the bill, we're not sure if that would apply to maintenance. And some of the questions that have come up is what would the expectation be for tracking with respect to maintenance? Would owners be obligated to report anytime material is added? Would this be a periodic requirement? And so those are some of the questions that have come up. Again, we support the general intent. Would maybe like to see that clarified in the bill if this were to move forward. And as an association, we'd be certainly happy to participate in the process if this were to evolve or to move forward. So thank you again for the time and allowing us to participate.
Well, be sure to get with the sponsor of the bill. We have two questions, Delegate Ruth and Delegate Foley in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wondered, do we know of any specific incidents of dumping of these type of materials?
Yeah, we do. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have answered.
So
Can I answer?
I will take that first, and Diana has actually a more recent example I'd like her to talk about in none other than Chair Barvey's district, and that's in the Rockville area. I've seen the pictures. I don't know the particulars of how those fields got where they were discovered in Rockville, but you know, in years past, we presented pictures, you know, video of fields being moved from one facility to another, from Richard Montgomery High School. That's the well-known, because people followed it, physically followed it. I remember Delegate Boyce saying, "Hey, that's where I went to high school. I don't want to see that happening." But that was caught on video, where that very deteriorated field was rolled up and put on a convoy of trucks and taken up to a paintball field in Baltimore County, where, as far as I know, it still sits right alongside a river. But there have been other examples. The University of Virginia was found to have dumped artificial turf field or fields on a mountainside somewhere in Virginia. So it has been documented where it's either dumped illegally or just stored in massive rolls, which is not against the law, actually, unfortunately. So there are many examples, and Mr. Chairman, if I could ask, if it's okay to ask Ms. Conway to talk about those fields that were found rolled up, or the turf that was found rolled up in the city of Rockville.
Sure. I think she can answer the question. Sure.
I can. Thank you. So Chairman Barbey, your district was home to an indoor soccer location, and a friendly friend tipped us off that they were replacing their indoor field. So I went to take a look, and as is typical, they dragged the stuff out and put it somewhere, and somewhere is, you know, nobody's problem except all of ours. So they dragged it out into the parking lot and dumped it all there. This is 3 indoor soccer fields, and in particular, sitting outside, that was remarkable was a 2,000-pound, what's called super sack. They're about 5 or 6 feet tall. They're 3 or 4 feet across and 3 or 4 feet wide, or maybe bigger. 2,000 pounds of finely shredded plastic crumb rubber. That thing was split open, clearly had been there for a long time. The stuff was just washing down. It's on a paved parking lot and washing down the slope, a gentle slope, down to a storm drain. I believe that's a violation of the Clean Water Act. It's probably a violation of our MS4 permit. I think Rockville has its own MS4 permit, and I'm in contact with your Rockville City Environmental Department. But
Diana, when was this? Refresh my memory.
In late November. I took about 150 pictures and sent them around to everybody's delight, I'm sure. But that's classic, which is, you know, somebody's got something, they're done with it, and they don't know what to do with it, so they put it over there and they bring in the nice new stuff. And it's right next to a set of woods back there off of the development, and those woods are just loaded with trash. Everything from plastic water bottles.
So Diana, do we know where it is right now?
I don't. I have been in contact with your folks in the city of Rockville, not your folks, excuse me, the city of Rockville.
Yeah, they're my folks.
Holidays interfered, but the point is, there's no there. There's no tracking. Somebody loads it into a dumpster, and off it goes. So when Walter Johnson wanted to replace their field, our local high school, and said MCPS is going to spend extra money to get a chain of custody and somebody with a really robust recycling program. We tracked the first 2 dumpsters that went out, and they did not go to Malaysia as was intended. They went to the Montgomery County transfer station, and we called our local elected officials on speed dial and said, "What's up with that? That doesn't look like Malaysia." And they said, "Oh, did those go to the transfer station? Darn, ask them to hold them. We'll go pick them right up." So there's a credibility issue here that we have found repeatedly. And while I would love to assume the best about the people we're dealing with, the fact that there was a switch in position, 180-degree switch at the last minute within a couple months ago, is distressing. And
well, they're going to get to explain their opposition soon enough. So let's okay. Delegate Foley, did you? No, it was Delegate Ruth. Are you finished? Okay. All right, Delegate Foley then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard about some figures being thrown around here. I think Ms. Conway said that it was like 2,000 pounds that was dumped in Rockville. If someone maybe can tell me just how much material are we talking about here? I know we've had artificial turf for a long time in our society. How much, is there an estimate of how much material we could be talking about? How much of this material is not being tracked and we don't know how it's being disposed of?
Well, if I could refer back to what Ms. Ainsworth reported, the figures that we have around the weight and the volume of these fields are provided by the industry. So she and her volunteers did some rough calculations based on the fields they could find, and they don't, I don't know what, she can answer the question about how many they think roughly they did not find or could not find. But Martha, can you go back over those numbers briefly? What the weight, the volume issues, the weight issues on the carpet and the infill?
Yes, sure. As Delegate Lehman was saying, we got as many fields, we listed as many fields as we could find, but as the two other volunteers mentioned, Layla and Cynthia, I mean, lots of times you can't get the information because the person at the other end of the phone will answer it for you. But we think that 347 current fields in 18 counties and in Baltimore. We estimated, we were able to estimate the size, the square footage of 328. And that's what we use the Synthetic Turf Council parameters. They estimate that an 80,000 square foot playing field consists of 40,000 pounds of the carpet and 400,000 pounds of infill. And we use those parameters and then the size of each field to come up with the totals. And that was, and these are fields that are in the ground. We don't know about the fields that have been removed already. We don't know what's going to come in the future, but this is just, I would say, a lowball estimate, since we don't know if we've got all the fields. More than 67,000 tons of the plastic carpet and infill, collectively, nearly 123,000 cubic yards of infill, which, as I said, was the equivalent of more than 4,000 30-yard dumpsters. 30-yard dumpsters are 30 cubic yards, and 24 million square feet of plastic carpet. So that's what we estimated. We don't know how much the true level is, and it was actually not easy to find.
Forgive me for cutting you off. It's
sure
5:30. We do have two more bills to get to. So to summarize, it's lots, and we have no way of knowing how much.
Or how much more it really is, because we couldn't get all the fields. We're sure of that. I think the private ones are very difficult to find.
Okay, yeah. So let's go to Delegate Boyce, who has a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Delegate Lehman, for being incredibly diligent about this. Again, I was shocked when I heard it was my old high school. It would have been my alma mater if I had not moved to Baltimore. But what I'm trying to figure out is, beyond Maryland, have you been able to contact any company, artificial turf company, that says that they literally have a before, during, and after cycle of turf, other than transferring it to some other place as charity to kind of reuse? Is there any place in the country that has either a chain of command or a definite end of life location or recycling for these turfs? And I do ask that because I know, for instance, it started to be a problem because if you're a soccer player, if you're a lacrosse player, if you're a field hockey player, what was been happening too is, that's blood, sweat, and everything else that's on that field. There were athletes who would slide and get abrasions and get very, one in particular that I specifically remember, ended up getting like a flesh-eating disease, and they linked it to the artificial turf. So I'm just curious about what other folks outside of the state companies may do or may not do, and trying to figure out, is this consistent, like nationwide?
Well, so I'll take a quick stab at that, Delegate Boyce. Thank you for the question. All I can share with you is what a representative of AstroTurf told me in one of the final conversations I had with industry about the bill in the last week when they announced they would be opposing it. And what he said is, we were asked years ago by the former executive director of the Synthetic Turf Council to provide our chain of custody information, our company's chain of custody information. And I couldn't quite pin him down on whether he meant specific fields and where they had gone, or just in general a form. I think he ended up saying basically a template of what a chain of custody form would look like. The first year this bill was before this committee in 2019, our former colleague, Delegate Lafferty, asked very pointedly the then executive director of STC, can you urge chain of custody by your members? Can you give us an example of a member that has done chain of custody and where their field ends up? And he said, no, I really can't do that. And, you know, even though he conceded that, yes, we do encourage it, I don't have any examples of any members doing it. And that's what he said again last week when I tried to press him on. He said, well, we provided a form to the leadership because they wanted to see what a chain of custody form would look like, but it wasn't necessarily filled out. And there are no laws in the country. Just briefly, I've said this to this committee before, astonishingly, there are no laws that we've been able to find through the legislative library and other research, even local laws, not just chain of custody, any laws around the disposal or the tracking of turf at all.
Okay, so the answer is no.
No.
Okay. Delegate Fraser Hidalgo has what I believe will be the last question before we go to the opponents.
Actually, Mr. Chair, if we're going to do that, can I just hold my question until we hear from the opponents? Because the question is probably more for them anyway. So I'm happy to hold.
Any delegate in my committee is at liberty to hold their question.
Okay, but I'm going to still keep my hand up just for the record.
Okay, all right. We have two people signed up in opposition, Kenneth Kirkton and Melanie Taylor. Kenneth, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, sir. Thank you. I recognize many folks are probably in the same situation I am, where you've had kids coming home and dinner about to start. So I've cut my testimony down and we'll jump right in. My name is Kenneth Curtin. I'm here on behalf of the Recycled Rubber Coalition, testifying in opposition to HB 131. The coalition is a group that represents recycled rubber manufacturers and then end users. So the chain of custody structure mandated by HB 131 presents several serious complications as we see it. First, placing the responsibility for reporting and tracking products on producers rather than owners is probably going to create a system that's both confusing and not efficient. By its very nature, synthetic turf is a long-lasting product. So to begin with, the original producer of a field may no longer be in business when a field actually comes to the end of its natural life. Second, synthetic turf systems are actually composed of many various different components, fields, shock pads, different types of infill. So it's actually not one producer per field. It's actually many different components that go into one. And then third, we believe the legislation could present problems with the ability of field owners to beneficially repurpose or resell or actually reuse individual portions of the field. So if the effect is tracking, we believe a better solution is to place the responsibility for that reporting with owners or the people who were hired, contracted, and paid to professionally dispose of that. And I believe Ms. Conway actually pointed out several instances of that, as they're the only parties who actually have the direct knowledge of where that field is going at the time when it's being disposed. So our coalition remains dedicated to support efforts to expand recycling, but unfortunately we can't support this bill in its current form. However, I'd just like to say, we'd be happy to work with any member on the committee to discuss future legislation and ways that we can support recycling efforts more broadly. Thank you.
Okay, and finally, Melanie Taylor with the Synthetic Turf Council. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you and good evening, Chair Barve and Vice Chair Stein and members of the committee. I'm Melanie Taylor, the President and CEO of the Synthetic Turf Council, and I'm here testifying in opposition of House Bill 131. Established in 2003, the STC is headquartered in Harford County, Forest Hill, Maryland, and represents over 230 members in all levels of the supply chain, as well as buyers and end users such as athletic directors, municipal officials, researchers, university professors, and students. Again, to echo Stratton's testimony earlier, the Bill 131 does nothing to discourage dumping or encourage proper reuse, repurposing, or recycling of synthetic turf, resulting in higher fees, complicated chain of custody disputes, and potentially less use of available recreational spaces for Marylanders. The STC promotes industry excellence through its technical guidelines and program models that outline best practices for proper end-of-life handling. We've discussed the bill with the sponsor, including amendments that would more clearly define the duration of ownership for producers and transfer the custody to owners of new fields installed after January 1st, 2023. Again, the STC is happy to provide counsel on future bills that would codify established industry guidelines that effectively encourage sustainability and proper end-of-life handling. I'm also happy to clarify our history of the positioning. Unfortunately, and I say that with heart, the draft bill and past support was not communicated to the STC staff, which was myself at the time, our board, or coalition members. And as the new president and CEO, our position is consistent with the industries as a whole. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, so the first question goes to Delegate Fraser Hidalgo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this question is to both of those folks that just testified, Ken and Melanie. So you mentioned repurpose, recycle, and reuse. Do you have active programs that the old turf field can go to? Like what do you do to repurpose or reuse it? Where do you do that?
So just maybe a distinction without a difference, but I represent the folks who typically make the rubber infill, so I can speak to that. So oftentimes my understanding when a field is repurposed is there's an opportunity to actually sort of vacuum up a lot of it. So depending on the condition, the age of the infill, some of that infill actually might be able to be reused. And then again, depending on the condition, the age, what the current owner of that infill wants to do, there are other opportunities either for sometimes it's just proper disposal at end of life, and other times, there are opportunities that are being investigated now, like rubberized asphalt, where things like infill that have already had a secondary use can have an even further secondary use with a beneficial public use.
Okay, that makes sense. So currently what happens is sometimes it gets reused, it gets vacuumed up and cleaned and then reused. And where has that happened? Where have you been able to reuse it? Because I noticed you use the word might, like it may be done. Is it being done? Do you have active cases where it's been reused? Or maybe that's better for you, Melanie. Is that a better question? Do you have some examples in Maryland where that's actually happened?
Specific examples at hand for today, I'm happy to go back and take a look at that and bring that back to the committee. As far as our guidelines that we have in place, we do recommend that even someone who's considering synthetic turf, so you're not an owner yet, you work with a project manager, usually a landscape architect, and your engineer who's designing the field, and you the intent is to talk about the end-of-life options, again, before the field is installed and before the field is purchased. So those end-of-life planning, we do recommend and promote that should be upfront and something that the owner that can continue to make plans for. Various applications that can be, the largest reuse opportunities are local driving ranges, band practice fields, pet parks, bullpens, batting cages, and equestrian stables. I hope that answers your question.
Well, partially. So, do you have examples where they have been reused or recycled? Like, where do you take them? Because I know that you've said, and it's been said earlier in this conversation, that there's some value to the recycling option of these big fields. Where do you do that? Like, is there like a
I guess the way to Ms. Taylor doesn't have an answer to that. If she can come up with one, she can communicate it to the committee, but for right now her answer is she's unaware of that having happened in Maryland, correct?
And I'll also add that many times it's done between independent contractors who are hired to take out the field, to reclaim the field and to transport it.
Okay, Mr. Chair, one of the reasons, I don't know if you recall from last year, I asked the same question and I was I wasn't given an answer, and nobody followed up with me to give me an answer, which is why I'm trying to get to the bottom of this particular question. I don't know if you remember last year I asked, I think 3 or 4 times in a row before I just kind of threw up my hands and we kept moving. But still to this day, it's been a year and I have not received any answer on where this is allegedly recycled. I've heard that it's recyclable and it's worth a lot of money, but I have yet to find any place or heard of any place where it actually is recyclable. I don't know if you remember that. You cut me off. I think you got a little, I think I maybe pushed my luck with you too much last year, but that's all I'm looking for.
You never push your luck with me, Dan. Well, before I recognize Delegate Boyce, let me see if I understand the Mr. Kirkton and Ms. Taylor's position. So you're saying that if the bill was amended to only require reporting of owners, you'd then therefore support the bill if it were amended in that fashion?
We would have to see the actual amendments and draft bill and take that back to our board and members for consideration. But yes, you know, what we've discussed and in the meetings with the bill sponsor is that, you know, the more appropriate tracking solution would be to assign the chain of custody responsibility initially to the field owners and subsequently to the companies hired to remove the fields and so on. So ultimately assigning responsibility to those who take possession and ownership of the materials. And so that would apply to the fields that are installed after January 1st, 2023.
So I'm in the hazardous waste business, and the way the chain of custody goes for biological and hazardous waste is that there's a reporting requirement and liability requirement for everybody in the chain of custody. The generator of the waste, the first company that packs it up, the company that transports it, and the company that has final disposition of it. So it seems to me that an analogous situation would be where the producer is responsible for making the first report, and then the owners are responsible for making all the other reports. Would you agree to that?
That would follow our guidelines, yes.
Okay. Delegate.
And sorry, if I might jump in, for what it's worth, my understanding is that oftentimes a field like Field Turf Company A might rebid to replace a field. And so if they're the one who is replacing that field and responsible for its disposal, like under what we have discussed, they would still be required for reporting it if they're being paid to, you know, remove and replace a field, because they're the ones who are actually taking ownership of the disposal of that field.
Okay, Delegate Boyd. Yeah.
I just wanted a little follow-up. Last year, nobody got back to me, Ms. Taylor. I'm hoping you can get back to me with some locations of where it can be recycled and some examples of where it has been reused. I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, Delegate Boyce.
Thank you for Mr. Chair for stealing my question, but I really appreciate it. It saves us time. But I wanted to follow up with that, and I think it would also help with Delegate Fraser Hidalgo's question is, Melanie, you stated that you guys consult purchasers of your turf with the quote unquote proper end of life handling. One, can you state what those are? And two, are they in writing that you can send to us?
So our guidelines, let me go back to your first question. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Do you mind repeating?
Oh, yes, no problem. I said you mentioned that you guys consult the end of life handling of the material is discussed before the purchase. And I'm wondering what those options are that you give folks, one, and two, is it in writing that you can send us?
Sorry, I might have miscommunicated that. We promote in our guidelines that potential field owners consult with a project manager, such as a licensed landscape architect or civil engineer, to make those end-of-life options, again, at the front end of the field purchase. It's not the Synthetic Turf Council directly consulting with the owners.
So again, I think to Delegate Lehman's point, that could be anything. I could make up essentially what the end of life handling is, because there is no standard. And if I'm hearing you correctly, it would be the landscape architect, the designers, and the institution or the organization or the school purchasing the material to make that determination. There is no other outline determination.
Correct. And
okay, that's exactly what I need to know. Thank you.
There's somebody called Bill who looks like Will Wyville, not wearing glasses. Is that you, Will?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for recognizing the ugly face.
Have I been incorrectly calling you Will all these years when you wish to be called Bill? What's going on?
No, honestly, I don't know where the bill came from. I'm going to blame that on Trish.
Oh, that's right. Just dump on that. Okay. Chris,
So,
no,
anyhow.
no snack foods for Will Wyville.
Very quickly, it's my understanding, and maybe someone in the industry can answer, that the crumb rubber itself is normally recycled in place. So if the field's replaced, the carpeting, the old carpeting's taken up, and the crumb rubber is generally reused. But then my second question is for the bill sponsor is, so you're gathering this information. So ultimately, what is the goal of gathering the information? Because obviously there's no point in gathering information if we're not going to do something with it. Thank you.
Delegate Wyville, I guess I'll take your second question. I was asked a similar question by industry representatives that said, do you have a future bill planned? And I said, no. That doesn't mean I won't ever do another bill on turf, but I think because there is this enormous unanswered question about what is really happening with these fields. Where are they going? Are they in fact being recycled and reused? I think you can tell from the answers from our industry representatives, they don't know. They do not in fact know. They cannot answer Delegate Fraser Hidalgo's question because they don't know, because there are no requirements. And so yes, this is important. It may be a first step. It may be personally my last step. When the president of AstroTurf said to me, well, how do we know if we go along with this bill that you or one of your colleagues won't propose something else? I said, all I can tell you is I don't have a future bill plan, but if you think I can tell you whether 140 other delegates have plans for turf in the future, I absolutely cannot answer that question. We need transparency. We need this reporting to understand what is happening with this product at the end of its life.
Okay. I think we're moving on. We've got two more bills at 6 o'clock, and the next bill thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 131. We're now going to go to House Bill 149, the Riparian Rights Bill. Delegate Bagnall is bringing back to the committee one of the most complicated and confusing topics we've ever heard. We've thrown our best lawyers at this, and we have no idea what's going on. So you have 4 minutes to clear it all up, Delegate Bagnall.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Bagnall, District 33, Anne Arundel County, here on behalf of HB 149, Wetland Zone, Waterways, Riparian Rights Voluntary Registry, and Notice. You have my written testimony, so I will attempt to summarize. The committee will recall that I came before you last year with a riparian rights bill in an attempt to offer relief to communities whose only option in determining riparian rights was through the court system. I spoke about the case in Cape St. Clair, where despite existing covenants and agreements, a private interest attempted to disrupt a shoreline restoration and resiliency project 10 years in the making by asserting riparian rights due to shoreline erosion, a change in the mean high water line, and a discrepancy in the permitting process. Although we have addressed to some satisfaction the permitting processes within Anne Arundel County, the reality of sea level rise, altering shoreline, and responsible stewardship of our waterways remains at issue. You may also recall the community association was able to maintain their ownership, but not before they spent over $40,000 in legal fees. During the interim, I continued work on this issue with the Maryland Department of the Environment, who also acknowledged we are going to need a solution long-term for the determination of maintenance of our shoreline and waterways as mean high water line alters. In addition to working with MDE, the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and a riparian rights lawyer, we have also been working with national partners at the National Caucus of Environmental Legislators, many of whom are also looking for long-term solutions to the issue of rights for a changing landscape impacted by sea rise. HB 149 would create a registry of existing covenants and agreements publicly accessible. At the request of the department, this registry would be voluntary, but the department would determine the information required for inclusion in the directory. This registry would then be accessible throughout the permitting process and regardless of which agency is the primary authority. Create a visual map of existing covenants, which can be accessed by the county or state, and ensure the holder and or enforcer of the covenant receive notice of the permit application before issuance, so that in future, if the riparian rights are called into question, there will be a mechanism for all impacted parties to respond before it goes to court. To address concerns of MDE, the bill also requires a financial allocation for creation of the database and does not call upon the department to utilize existing resources. Finally, MDE has expressed concerns that they might be drawn in as a third party in a legal dispute. So we have a partner bill in drafting, which establishes the onus of verification of rights and notification of interest rests with the petitioner, not with the holder of the covenants or agreements, and that the notice must be provided and certified that notice was provided. I apologize that we do not yet have that bill available, but we're working diligently to address very reasonable concerns that have been raised by the department. Additionally, MDE has stated they believe that the events in Cape St. Clair were isolated and do not require a longer-term solution at this time. However, if you look to the opposition testimony, you will see another case cited. These disputes will continue and likely become more frequent as we deal with a changing sea level, which alters the mean high water line, one of the principal measures for establishment of riparian rights. Also, the opposition testimony asserts that rights are transferred with the transference of title. However, as the mean high water line changes, and by extension, the property line, submerged lands, and navigable waters, this singular court finding may be called into question in the future and establishes, absent any other resource beyond the permitting process, will draw MDE into the case anyway. I will point to the page 22 of the opponent testimony, which states, once the riparian rights are severed, no subsequent owner of the tract will have riparian rights. In other words, once done, it cannot be undone. As the murky permitting process has clearly laid bare the need for forward-thinking policy, and as we are dealing with the impact of sea level rise and changing shoreline and submerged lands, I believe strongly the clock is ticking and we need resources to protect our communities, our resiliency efforts, and our shared access to over 7,700 miles of shoreline and public waterways. HB 149 is not a last, but a first step to providing those resources, and I ask this committee for a favorable report.
Okay, before I recognize Robin Clark or anybody else, you mentioned another bill. Is that bill one that's going to end up in our committee, or is it a bill that's going to end up in judiciary? Where is it going? Do you know?
I believe it will also be before your committee.
Well, you think we should wait until we've seen that bill? Because apparently there are big issues in that second bill that directly impact the outcome of this bill.
It's a reasonable request. I leave it to the committee. This was a concern that MDE raised after we had the hearing date.
Okay.
And which is the reason that we don't yet have the bill.
So it's in drafting right now.
It's in drafting right now.
Okay. So let me recognize Robin Clark, who is the other person who signed up in favor, and then we'll entertain questions. Actually, no. We'll listen to Robin Clark, then we'll listen to Jeffrey Thompson, who's opposed, and then I'll entertain questions for everybody because this is a very complicated thing. And hey, if Dana Stein couldn't figure it out, and he's a genius, we've got problems here. So Robin, you're next, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I realize the hour is late. Robin Clark with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation here today in support of HB 149. This bill is much changed from last year, and it leaves, I believe, the complicated decisions to the court. Every riparian instance will be particular. There could be an easement, there could be a common custom of use, there could be existing structures used in the past, et cetera, et cetera. So there will be legal questions. But what this bill does is takes a reasonable step to helping us address the confusion and issues that are arising as a result of our shifting shorelines. The bill sponsor described sea level rise, land subsidence, erosion. Our coasts are being altered, and along the coast, we have private landowners, community associations, state and local parks. This bill will be an effort to bring those parties together at an earlier point than they might otherwise have come together, to talk about the issues that may be in play, the different rights, the expectations, the plans, in a way that may allow them to avoid court. And it will at least provide a more considered approach as they go forward with their interests, whether it's building a pier or otherwise changing their bulkhead, et cetera, et cetera. Maryland's shorelines are fragile and important ecosystems. You know, a lot of the things we talk about with saving the bay are their habitat lies right along that line. You're talking about nesting turtles, shorebirds, blue crabs, oysters, all these things are at play.
You know, if you could wrap up your testimony,
That's it, in support. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Jeffrey Thompson with the Maryland Land Title Association. He's signed up in opposition, and then let the confusion begin. Jeffrey Thompson.
I didn't see him in the waiting room or in the hearing.
Okay, questions, people? Okay, no questions. You know, Delegate Bagnall, get us the language for your other bill. This is, what lucky subcommittee chairman is going to have this bill? Oh, that would be Dana Stein. He doesn't have enough work to do this year. Yeah, you know, it might be useful also to get, like, you probably have an outline that you gave to the bill drafter. Send that to us too. I mean, I think that would be useful because I sense that we're going to have to know all of that stuff before we can take action. I will compliment you that almost nobody, last year he had a lot of opposition, if I remember correctly. Let me ask you this question, Delegate. Is everybody in your state legislative district in favor of what you're doing here, or is there disagreement, or what's the state of play on that?
I suspect the state of play is actually neutral at this point because as Robin Clark very articulately stated, this isn't making the determination on riparian rights. It's simply providing a resource that is an attempt to avoid court if possible. You know, to say, you know, here is a resource that can be utilized before it has to go to court.
I mean, I suspected that was the answer, but I wanted to hear it from you directly. Okay, so get us the information you have, and let's look at this in a holistic fashion and try to come to a satisfactory conclusion point here.
I'm very happy to do that, and I appreciate all the work the committee has already done on this, and I did, in good faith, continue to that work during the
Yeah, no, we appreciate that. Okay, there appear to be no questions. Thank you very much, one and all. That concludes the public hearing on House Bill 149. We're going to go to the last bill of the evening, House Bill 156. Delegate Queen, welcome to the committee.
Well, thank you, and good evening to everyone.
And you've got 4 minutes, 2 and 2, because our timer only goes up to 2 minutes. I won't explain why.
No problem. Greetings, Chairman Barvey, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the Environmental and Transportation Committee. I'm Delegate Queen. HB 156 establishes urban agricultural zones to promote environmentally friendly economic development, develop green spaces in urban areas, and expand local access to fresh produce and agricultural products. And the expansion of urban agricultural zones represents a key way in addressing chronic inequality in food availability in urban areas, and while creating job opportunities in these communities. This bill provides for incentives to create these urban agricultural areas and allows for Maryland to use USDA grants for this initiative. So referencing the fiscal note, which talks about potential revenue reduction from property tax incentives, the intent that would be offset based upon the USDA grants. And it has potential upside of increasing revenue from the sale and products from these areas. So there's a lot of upside and economic benefits to small businesses. The Conservation Law Foundation, which is out of Massachusetts, outlines several benefits, including nutrition, health, economic, environmental benefits for community who use urban agricultural zones. And so you can reference the article that I have in my testimony. But based on similar policies, we find that for every state that invests $1 in these urban agricultural zones, it results in $6 produced to these communities. And so this bill is the first step of the many benefits to communities in Maryland, especially in areas where there is limited food access to healthy food and where there is limited access to nearby supermarkets. So really, I just wanted to give you a brief overview of what this can be as a possibility for our state, and I look for your support on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I thought I had a problem with my Zoom. I don't. Thanks so much. You've managed to not have any opponents to this bill. So let me go through all the people who've signed up in favor who want to testify, and then we'll entertain questions. So next, a favor to the committee, Colby Ferguson. Welcome back this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and started off early this afternoon and finishing in the evening. But we come in support of this bill as well. Thank Delegate Queen for putting a bill to help our urban farmers. One thing that I found over the last 2 years of really researching our several of our members that are urban farmers is that they're yeoman's work. They do a lot of things with very little resources and very little assistance, honestly. And when you start to look at I have a farm in northeast Maryland, northeast Frederick County, and I'm fortunate to have some benefits of reduced taxes because of agriculturally zoned land and things like that. But if you look at a farmer that's trying to farm a vacant commercial property in a city, their taxes are at the commercial rate. And so things like this type of bill that looks to help local governments try to reduce those costs, whether it be property taxes, whether it be the cost of electricity or even water and sewer. Those things are things that I'm hoping can be done and help urban farmers in the future. So with that, we support this bill and hope that the way I read it is it looks to be an enabling bill to help local governments. So we hope this bill will move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe the next is Dominic Butchko. Dominic?
Yes, thank you. Here for the second time today, rounding it out. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Dominic Butchko. I still work for MACO. I am here to request that the committee gives
You haven't
HB
fired you
156.
yet, huh?
Yeah, not yet. We'll see at the end of this one, though. But we're here to request that the committee gives a favorable report on HB 156. A Johns Hopkins study recently showed that neighborhoods with higher levels of poverty have decreased access to supermarkets. If enacted, as Colby said, this is an enabling bill. It gives local governments an extra tool. Basically, it allows for the production of fresh foods closest to the people who need it. If HB 156 is passed, it enables local governments to combat food deserts and malnutrition, climate change, and it's an anti-poverty measure. Passing this bill just seems to be common sense. And again, MACO urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Terrific. Any impertinent questions? Questions? Delegate Healy, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I am very excited about this because I don't know if you remember, I was the sponsor of the original tax credit bill for urban agriculture. It was enabling legislation for local governments to give tax breaks on the property tax, whether they're in municipalities or in counties. And And it took a while for, I kept having to push the Department of Commerce to really try to sell this, so that it's an incredible opportunity. And I'm thrilled that Delegate Queen has found some funding sources for this. And I want to ask Delegate Queen, were you aware of the original bill that I did several years ago that enables local governments to grant those?
No, I wasn't. I was just so I'm glad to hear that. So I guess we can just say I'm following such a great mind and great ideas. So
well, that was just so I could put it in a question format.
Yeah, so that's right. Let me just state to the new members of the committee, this committee is like the game show Jeopardy. It has to be in the form of a question. That's okay. I'll let you slide this time. And let's just consider the fact that this committee has been a real leader on this, and we really believe in this whole issue area of urban agriculture and access to good food for everybody in our state. So any other questions? No? Well, guess what? That's the end of the public hearing for today, and it's only 6:15. Gee. Okay, so we'll have our next public hearing tomorrow. Any announcements from any of our subcommittee?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Marvin.
The Housing and Real Property Subcommittee will meet immediately after you adjourn this meeting. This is an organizational meeting, and it should not take but a couple of minutes. I'm getting ready to hit the start button on the Zoom right now.
Okay, the vice chair has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Environment Subcommittee will not be meeting this evening, but instead will have its first meeting next Wednesday after bill hearings.
Okay. Anyone else have any announcements for the good of the order? No. Okay. In that case, we are adjourned.